I'm here in Israel in search for the Knights Templar. And these guys were stuff of legend. So is their gold.
During the Crusades, these warrior monks battled for God, gold, and glory. Somewhere here in the modern city of Accra lies their command center and possibly their treasure. I'm here to find them. My name is Albert Lin, and I look at the world in a unique way. I use 21st century technologies to look back into our past.
Check that out. I can actually fly through the secret ancient world.
Lasers that scan deserts, strip away dense jungle canopy, and scour the oceans to uncover the hidden worlds beneath.
We're wading into uncharted waters.
That's what a real lost city looks like. New discoveries in the most awe-inspiring places on Earth.
That's where pixels become reality.
That fill the gaps in our story. Who we are, where we came from, and the wonders we can achieve.
Here we are in the 13th century.
This is carved out of the earth, huh?
This is the new golden age of exploration.
We know their secrets.
The Middle East, modern-day Israel.
The Mediterranean city of Accra was once one of the centers of the Christian world and the gateway between Europe and Asia. It's really the first port of entry for European pilgrims, for merchants, from every point on the compass.
800 years ago, the maze of streets in this port city would have been packed with the faithful on pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Many were wealthy, far from home, and in need of protection. Security was provided by a powerful band of devout but deadly monks, the Knights Templar. I'm here to track down their command center and maybe their gold. It's the stuff of my childhood dreams. The first step is to figure out which part of the city the Templars ruled. I'm starting here at the Church of St. Andrew.
You know, there's so many stories and places associated with the Templars. Ideas like how they might have possessed earth-shattering sacred secrets. That's taken the Templars to a weird place, somewhere between history and legend. Eliezer.
Yes,
So nice to meet you.
welcome, welcome.
This is beautiful. This is where the
Yes.
Templars actually hung out, in here?
No, 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 this is not the Templar. We are in the right place, but in the wrong time. Let's go. If we want to see the Templar building, we have to go down beneath this church.
Here? This is it?
Yeah, under this door, we are going to see another world.
This is like out of a movie right now. Are you kidding me? We're gonna go into a secret door behind a junk shop?
Let's go.
What? Wow. This is incredible.
Now we are in the right time, in the right place. Here we are in the 12th and 13th century. This is underground buried crypt. This is really where the Templar was 800 years ago.
So creepy. I'm standing in a room that ancient medieval knights, the Knights Templar, hung out in.
Yes, they live here more than 200 years.
Bet they never thought it'd be a bionic foot on their floor.
This is the first floor of the building, but in the 13th century, the Crusader church was above us.
So we were just standing a few moments ago in another church, right above me. Mm-hmm. So there's church upon church.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy because when you stand down here, it doesn't look all that different from the church upstairs in terms of style.
The arches and everything, yes. But if you are looking carefully, the Templar masonry work, it's completely another architecture. Wow. The stones are much bigger than the 19th century building.
Look at that.
It's very famous in the Crusader period that a lot of stones has the masonry marks. So you see
maybe
this
here,
line.
this one.
Oh, yes, exactly, this one.
So this is actually the mark of somebody's chisel.
Mm-hmm. From the Templar.
This is so cool.
When you find something that you can connect to the people that actually built this building, this is what's so exciting for me.
Because you actually get to the person.
Yes, exactly.
Further below the modern city, about 10 feet beneath the crypt, are more vaults.
Secret chambers, medieval knights, crypt. Nuts.
We've established that this was a Templar building, but I don't know what it was used for.
Wow. This is carved out of the earth, huh? Hello! What is this?
This is for collecting rainwater. It's a huge underground water tank.
You can actually see the little channel where the water pours in from the rain, right there.
The Holy Land is very, very warm. We are in the Middle East and you need the water.
Eliezer has excavated 3 of these 25,000-gallon tanks so far, and he believes there are many more.
Wow.
Another one.
Were these kept secret, these reservoirs?
Yes, of course, because it's under the ground, so the enemy cannot find it very easily. And you have to remember that this is a military order, and they are surrounded by enemy.
So they can be holed up in their quarters for as much time as they need, as long as they have water.
Right.
That's smart. This is an ingenious engineering feat.
As a strategic water depot, this must have been part of the Templars' area of control in the medieval city. The crypt makes a good base for my field lab. I'll map the existing Templar locations, and then maybe I can work my way to where their command center could have been. The ancient crypt I'm in, it lies here in the southwest of modern Accra. Next stop, a Templar location that has been excavated. It's 150 yards away, beside the harbor.
Here we go this way now,
In here?
through this passage.
10 feet below the streets is a tunnel.
Wow. This is incredible. Whoa, it goes super far in there, huh?
We're really at the lowest level of the city. The Templars, because they had a lot of money, they wanted a secret passageway for security to go from the port to their water. And the Templars had a lot of gold they collected from the pilgrims.
Wait, so you're telling me that the Templar gold moved through these ancient tunnels?
Yes, it's safe to say that this is the case.
Wow,
Exactly.
that's incredible. We know their secrets.
No secrets can be kept from the archaeologists.
It goes on a long way.
Indeed, it does. We excavated it for 270 meters.
So that's like roughly 900 feet of excavated tunnel.
Yeah.
What is this?
You see this big opening?
See there?
Yeah. What you see here is the guard room. And the guards sat here and controlled the passage. And you can see the holes in the stone where the metal gate was, and they could put it down to shut and completely close the passage like you would see in a medieval castle.
That's so cool.
You can imagine.
So what's above us right now? Where are we in the city?
Here you see the lower part of the street above us.
But where in the city are we? Is there a feature above us right now that you know is there?
I cannot tell you exactly.
We know the secret tunnel carried gold at least as far as the guardhouse. And that's gotta be close to where the Templars ran their operation. GPS does not work underground. So I'm using a LiDAR scanner to record the location of the guardhouse.
This is like a laser rangefinder, like the kind of thing you'd use to design the inside of a house or to figure out where you have to hit your golf ball on a golf course, but shooting a huge amount of laser pulses. All those little points add together in a 3D map. And what's really cool is that I've got a team upstairs right now on the surface in today's modern Accra, mapping the surface using drones and the same technology.
All this will make a 3D map of the city, above and below. Then we can see if the secret tunnels and the guardhouse will lead us into the Templars' zone of control.
Now I have a landmark underground. So once we connect this to the map from above, the positioning should tell me exactly where the Templar quarter begins on the streets above.
We're getting close to identifying the exact area the Knights Templar controlled in Accra. And it's thanks to 3D laser scanning.
I've combined both scans, above ground and below. And by combining the two, I gain superpowers. Check that out, I can actually fly through both worlds now. Today's world, and then the secret ancient world. Okay, now I'm gonna go beneath the streets of Accra. Look at this. Descending down, descending down. There it is. Look at that. The subsurface. And I'm following my below ground tunnel scan.
3D map is a GPS for navigating above and below ground. If we can find the guardhouse, we'll know exactly where the Templar quarter begins.
Oh, yeah. According to this, the guardhouse should be that way. Beneath me right now is the tunnel. Moving its way up this alleyway. Feels like I'm on a treasure hunt. Okay, this has to be it. I think I'm actually standing on it now. Check this out. Ready? Wow, look at that. You can actually make out where the secret tunnel sits, right below the surface here. It's a window into the streets. Look at that, that's the guardhouse right there, you can tell, because it's got the little tube that I climbed into and scanned. And so this point marks the edge of the Templar Quarter. I can see it.
This is the first time anyone has identified exactly where the guardhouse lies under modern Accra. Following the tunnel scan has given me a key landmark. The guardhouse. It looks like the Templar zone begins here and then runs west. Gold would have passed through the guardhouse under these streets, and gold is the key to the Templars' power and prestige.
I'm headed to Jerusalem to check out one of the world's largest hoards of Crusader gold. This is from a priest who was with the first Crusader army to arrive in Jerusalem in 1099. It says, those who had few coins there, here, possessed countless basants. Now, basants, that's gold coins. So the priest is basically saying that the Crusaders from Europe, well, they got rich out here in the Holy Lands.
This vault houses the world's greatest Crusader coin collection. Dr. Robert Kuhl has allowed me access on one condition, that I don't reveal exactly where I am.
We, in our collection here, have one of the largest gold hoards that dates to the Crusader period.
This is 4.02 grams.
Yeah, exactly. Pure gold, 24 karat gold. You don't find that kind of gold anymore nowadays.
And then how many coins are in this tray?
We found 108 coins.
Wow.
If you combine the gold and the archaeological value, this rare find is worth around $500,000 American dollars.
If you were a Templar, you had to give all your possessions to the order. All this money was for the defense of the Holy Land. By necessity, the Templars became very, very rich. There were no banks, of course, in the modern sense, so people used to deposit their coins in these pots. And if the enemy came close, you would bury it. And this is exactly what happened with this pot.
So this was buried by Crusader hands when they were under attack.
Yes. It was found in a 13th century castle. That is the only reason that I know that this hoard belonged to the Crusader period.
Because it was found in a Crusader castle, buried under the floorboards.
Exactly. It's a pretty dramatic story.
In 1265, Arsuf Castle is invaded by Muslim forces called Mamluk. Fleeing Crusaders buried their gold, including the very coins Dr. Kuhl is showing me. Some desperate souls take extreme measures to smuggle out their fortunes.
People would swallow their gold to hide it.
Yes, yes. Written sources are full of stories of people hacked to death just because the enemy wants to see if they have gold in their bowels.
You're kidding me.
No, that was common practice in the Middle Ages.
They would open their bodies just to be able to see
Yes,
them. You're
yes.
kidding me.
So the person that buried this gold probably thought that he was going to come back. Well, as they came out of the castle, they were captured. But the Mamluks didn't find this gold. We found the gold. Going to war, even in the Middle Ages, was enormously expensive. Probably the largest Templar castle in this area, the castle of Safed. Just for building it, they had to spend 1.5 million gold coins. And if you think that at the height of their expansion, the Templars had, I think, something like 58 castles here in,
Wow.
And they had hundreds of castles in Europe.
Does that mean that there's more hoards like this speckled throughout the land, hidden away under the floorboards?
Possibly, of course. I mean, gold is rare, but we constantly find hoards.
In addition to the gold hastily hidden at Arsuf, all across the Holy Land, archaeologists have dug up coins concealed within 53 Crusader strongholds. Now, we know what to look for. The Templars' command center in Acre was most likely an impressive fortress with a massive vault to protect the Order's gold. I'm zeroing in on the Knights Templars' lost stronghold in the Holy Lands. Knowing that it's likely a fortress, I've done some digging, and I've come up with a journal from a 13th century writer, the Templar of Tyre.
It's his first-hand eyewitness account of Crusader Acre when it was Crusader Acre. I mean, how cool is that? And it describes a Templar fortress, the strongest place in the city. It had at its entry a tall, strong tower, and on each corner of the tower was a huge gold lion. And also another very old tower on the sea in which the Templars kept their treasure. So by the sea, there's a fortress and a treasure tower. Now, I know I'm in the Templar Quarter, and there's only one way to the sea, that direction.
West. That backs up what my 3D map indicated.
It's not what I was expecting. It's a lagoon. But you see these rocks in the line right out there? It's hard to make out in the breaking waves, but there's something there. I want to take a closer look, but I think I'm going to need some help.
Marine archaeologist Ehud Galili has spent half a lifetime scouring the seabed around Acre. He's discovered a Crusader shipwreck, complete with its anchor, and something else.
We were diving in the harbor. The water is dirty and murky. We were expecting to find broken pottery and things like this, and suddenly we start to find gold coins. So this is amazing.
Investigations confirmed this handful of gold florins was minted in the 13th century during the reign of the Templars.
Some finds are very exciting when you find them. It is not only the gold, you know, it's the gold and the story and the whole presence of the Christian world in the Holy Lands. So it's an important piece of history, an important archaeological find.
Ehud's gold coins were found here in the entrance to the harbor, where ships moored to unload pilgrims and cargo. Ehud believes his find may be part of a bigger lost hoard, just waiting to be discovered. If there is gold here, the fortress could be near too.
Down here, huh?
Don't worry, be happy.
Ehud's knowledge of marine archaeology and the Crusader era make him the perfect guide.
It's okay, come.
All right.
Trust me on that.
Your average walk on the beach.
The route is precarious, but Ehud insists it will be worth it.
All right,
Welcome. Shall we start going?
let's do it. Wow, look at this. It's so clearly man-made.
This is a section of foundation of a wall.
This is a completely unique line.
You can see that it is laid on the bedrock. It is made of ashlar stones. We can see sections of the wall over there, and most of it was ruined.
These man-made Asher stones are cut and dressed rocks, shaped at a quarry, just like I saw in the crypt.
How do we know that it is Crusader? Because we see here the holes. There were iron clamps coming from here to hold it like this, and so on and so on.
It's kind of like a sewn patchwork of stone.
Yes.
And this is the signature Crusader buildings?
This is a cultural marker because this is how they built. The iron clamps is the fingerprint of the Crusader.
So what would have stood here in the time of the Crusaders?
The Crusader, all this area was Crusader seawall. You can see here a corner of the wall. You see that it is man-made, and you can still see the ashlars. And here you see the iron bars, typical Crusader building. Now this was a clamp. It was like this to connect the next stone. So you can see this is clear evidence.
That's very specific, huh?
Yeah, of course, yes. There are some scholars who claim that some ruins are still left there that may be associated with the foundation of the Templar fortress.
Wow, amazing.
How much would you pay to go back 800 years ago just to see it?
At least one treasure chest of Templar gold.
As an archaeologist, I am willing to give you years of my life just to go and see it.
This is the stuff of childhood dreams, right?
To find these fingerprints of the Templar building design, it's pretty awesome. You know, somewhere hidden just beneath the surface of this lagoon is the echoes of this ancient Templar fortress.
The foundations in the lagoon have never been mapped in detail.
Yeah, but let's do like a zigzag pattern across here, you see?
The drone will fly a grid pattern, scanning as it goes. The resulting model will be accurate to a 1/16 of an inch.
Let's do it. Let's go.
I'm hoping that this will prove that these stones are not just seawalls, but the foundations of the Templar fortress itself. The foundation rocks in the lagoon at Accra have been scanned. We're hoping the data will confirm that the Templar fortress once stood here.
I just got the data now from the drone that scanned the entire lagoon. And what that allows me to do here is by laying that on top of reality, I can enhance the view of all the different rocks that Ehud had showed me.
The scan records the precise coordinates of the remains, creating a 3D digital survey. This is the first time such detailed scans of the lagoon foundations have ever been made. But data needs to be interpreted, so I'm back in the field lab.
Using the traces of the foundation that I just scanned, you see these? Boom, boom, boom. I can actually begin to connect the dots. Like that. Now I've got my seawall. And this Templar church crypt, which is right here, that would have been just on the outside of the fortress wall that would have faced the city. So something like this. And according to the description from the Templar of Tyre, there were 2 towers, one at each corner. Now we know from the archaeologists that today's Accra was built on top of the old city, layer upon layer, and that there would have been overlapping features. So the place that would have made the most sense is where there's existing material, like where this lighthouse now stands, right here. And also over here, where this collapsed sea defense exists, right here. So with all these pieces, I'm beginning to get a first pass at how and where this long-lost fortress might have stood.
But if the Templar of Tyre was right, and the fortress did guard a treasure tower, the data does not reveal where.
There's another Crusader fortress just 50 miles east of here, and it's still standing. Maybe it'll shed some more light on this.
Deep in the heart of the Holy Land is the site of Israel's best preserved Crusader fortress.
This land was once all Crusader occupied. They called it the Kingdom of Jerusalem. For the 200 years of the Crusaders, their boundaries, they just kept on shifting as cities and fortresses fell, as the armies of the Middle East and the Christians of Europe battled each other.
A Crusader's citadel still overlooks the Jordan Valley. Belvoir Fortress. Its ingenious design was crucial to the Crusaders' survival. The man with the keys is Dr. Rabbi Hamasi.
Rabbi.
Hi.
Hey, thanks for meeting me.
Welcome.
What I'm trying to do is piece together the different elements of this Crusader castle to try to understand what that fortress might have looked like in Accra.
This is one of the most impressive Crusader castles of the 12th century.
Wow, look at this. That's massive. You and I are now standing on the grounds in which an enemy would have looked at the castle from.
Yeah.
They are attacking.
Yeah.
What would be going on?
They will deal with something huge, walls which are few meters thick. Above this, there were at least another 2 floors, probably another 14, 15 meters high.
Psychological impact of seeing that and thinking that I'm supposed to take this down?
It's a big obstacle, and it's not by a chance that it held for such long period under siege.
While there's nothing there standing in Accra anymore, I can start to imagine how it would have looked.
These outer fortress walls give me a sense of scale for Accra. But the key is the inner fortress, where the treasure would have been held.
It's confusing me. I don't even know where we're going now.
If I can get in there. To discover how Crusaders like the Knights Templar protected their treasure, I've come to Belvoir Fortress in northeastern Israel.
Here you are entering the main gate.
Okay, I'm here. I'm ready to fight. And then what happens?
You have to turn again.
Where?
It's a real maze.
There?
So, yeah, there, or maybe here or here.
Ah, that's intense.
This is one of the most sophisticated things that the Crusaders used to prevent the enemy from storming the castle. Every time you are turning, the garrison inside have more time to defend itself. It's confusing the enemy because you don't know where you are going. So
it's confusing me. I don't even know where we're going now.
yeah, exactly.
Where are we here now?
Yeah. So we have the double castles. This is the inner one.
Double castles?
Yeah, we are exactly in the center of the inner castle.
How many layers were there? It's like an onion, kind of.
You have the moat, it's the first line of defense. Then you have the outer walls of the outer castle, which is the biggest one. And then you have the inner castle. It's 2 castles, one inside the other, functioning together. But if the outer castle fell to the enemy, the inner one can function alone.
Now that's some good engineering.
Yeah. That's really, really sophisticated.
being here, you kind of get in the heads of the designers of the Crusader era. It's not to look pretty, it's designed as a functioning system. Whereas you're running in as an enemy, you're being forced through all these different channels to have the longest possible route.
Yeah.
And all while you're running through here, you're being attacked by defending arrows.
All the time.
So it was designed for confusion, it was designed for fear, to create defense, to create all these different sort of scenarios so that you could keep the place safe.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
In 1187, Belvoir withstood a terrible siege. The towering walls and the vast underground water tanks sustained the Crusaders inside for 1.5 years. Ultimately, they were forced to surrender. Muslim leader Saladin spared their lives. The fortress was prize enough.
Here, I've seen the elements of a typical Crusader stronghold. They were designed to keep attackers out, but also keep gold in. You know, as the Crusaders moved their fortunes around Europe and the Holy Lands, they became bankers. And these places, they were like ancient ATMs, but protected like Fort Knox. I've got enough data now to reconstruct the features of the Templar fortress. You know, working with the Crusader experts, this is how the footprints turned out. We're getting close now. Having gone to Belvoir, I understand the defensive structures to protect the Crusaders, but also their gold. Right here, in Acre, I located where I think their treasure tower should have stood.
Just like at Belvoir, at its heart, where it's most heavily protected. This is where technology helps us.
Okay, so see this yellow line? That's a scan I did inside the secret Templar tunnels. And Edna's excavation of those tunnels ends here. We know the tunnel went further. And if I just continue the logical trajectory of the tunnel, I can complete it. Boom. Right there. Look at that, right in the middle of the west wall, facing the sea. Just like the description of the Templar of Tyre.
What could that treasure tower have looked like? By digitally rebuilding the Templar fortress in Acre, we will finally be able to see for ourselves. I've returned to the site of the Knights Templars' coastal headquarters, and I finally have enough evidence to resurrect their great fortress.
Okay, I've combined together all the elements. The description from the Temple of Tyre, the map of the footprint here that we've waded out into the lagoon to try to find, the observations from Belvoir. And by adding all those together, we get this. Wow, look at that right there. Towering right above us here would have been a Templar fortress.
We've built an app that displays the outline over the parking lot that stands here now. It's augmented reality. As I turn, my perspective changes, as if the fortress were really here.
It's the first time I'm seeing this. The reconstruction of what might have stood here 800 years ago. It's the stuff of fairy tales, and it's all right here, like a ghost.
But the full magnificence of Acre's fortress was reserved for those approaching by sea. Its mighty sea defenses and lookout towers stood against any invader. While the Templars' hidden tunnels snaked beneath the streets, secretly transporting gold to the fortress's crowning glory, the fabled Treasure Tower. Inside the Templar stronghold would have been a maze of walls, halls, and grand chambers. Giant carved stones marked by masons proud of their craftsmanship. Great Gothic vaults would have arched above epic interiors, a monument to their holy war. Their fortress was the colossal wealth and power of the Templars, manifested in stone. They must have thought it would last forever.
The Templars' fortress and its treasure tower dominated this place for roughly a century. They didn't last. In 1291, the Mamelukes besieged the city, collapsing the mighty fortress walls. That was the fall of Acre, the last Crusader outpost in the Holy Land. For the Templars, it was the beginning of the end. So you remember the Templar attire? He wrote another eyewitness account of the exact moment in which the Mamelukes took down this city. Known fair lords that no one could adequately recount the tears and grief of that day. The pitiful sight of the little children tumbled about and disemboweled. There's no man in the world who has so very hard a heart that he would not have wept to see that slaughter. Even some of the Mamelukes had pity on these victims and wept. Well, I kind of see it now. You know, the Templars that made it out, they fled in haste. Out through the tunnels, maybe, to the port, and then out through the harbor. Unlike the Crusaders at Assur, who tried to hide their gold, these guys, they tried to smuggle it out. Maybe that's why there's never been any gold found in the fortress. You know, the Templars, in that moment, they lost everything. Except perhaps their fortune. Remember those medieval coins that Ehud found right here in the harbor? Well, maybe they point in the direction that the Templars' fortune went. Out there.
I'm in the center of this massive body of water, the Pacific Ocean. Something incredible happened here about 800 years ago. In a seemingly unbelievable coincidence, two archaeological wonders just appeared in the Pacific. One, Easter Island, where seafarers erected giant stone heads. And the other, the even more enigmatic civilization that built a place called Namadol. A legendary complex of man-made islands and stone structures built right into the coral reef. That's where I'm headed.
My name is Albert Lin, and I look at the world in a unique way. I use 21st century technology to look back into the past.
Check that out. I can actually fly through the secret ancient world.
With lasers that scan deserts, strip away dense jungle canopy, and scour the oceans to uncover the hidden worlds beneath.
We're wading into uncharted waters. Now I have the military helping me find lost cities.
New discoveries in the most awe-inspiring places on Earth.
That's where pixels become reality.
That fill in the gaps in our story. Who we are, where we came from, and the brilliance that we're capable of.
Here we are in the 13th century.
This is carved out of the earth, huh?
This is the new golden age of exploration.
We know their secrets.
Pohnpei Island, Micronesia, one of the most isolated places on Earth. Almost 1,000 miles from the nearest landmass. It's taken 4 flights and over 28 hours of travel just to get here. Time to go? My contact is local historian Gus Kohler.
Thanks, brother.
How was the trip?
Amazing.
Good?
Yeah, amazing. What is Namdol?
Namdol was once the residence of the ruling Saudalor dynasty, about 600 to 800 years ago. It's an ancient city. You'd be amazed at the know-how that they had to build the city in the water.
I've heard it's an ancient wonder, rivaling Easter Island or Machu Picchu. But very little of it is still visible. So I'm bringing technology that will strip away the mangroves and reveal its scale. It's an explorer's dream.
We're superstitious people. We believe that it's invested by spirits. So we will have to, first of all, go through the king, or the Marquis, as they refer to, and ask for his protection and permission to enter the site. This is the custom that we do here. There's been rumors of people dying when they don't follow protocol.
Dying?
Yes,
This really happened?
it did.
So what do I have to do to get permission?
We will have to do what we call a sakao ceremony.
The sakao root is pounded on a special stone to create a powerful narcotic drink used for religious rituals. I know that other Pacific Islanders use sakao in a similar way.
I have to drink that.
The purpose of our presentation before our king is to ensure that the spirits of our ancestors welcome you when you visit Nanmadol. Albert?
I mean, my heart's pounding right now. My whole mouth is numb. Like when you go to the dentist, I can barely feel my tongue right now.
All who wish to enter Namdol must pay their respects. The spirits we're hoping to appease are those of the Saudalor, the legendary rulers who arrived here 800 years ago and held a mysterious power over the island's population, those who built Namdol.
We come here with a feeling of honor to be here in your land.
Thank you.
Ceremony complete. The full power of the sakao drink kicks in.
Yeah, I got you.
I see like double. It's intense. It's intense. But the most important thing is the king of this land said that he protects us, which means we're a go. So tomorrow, it's on. Namdol.
This is it, Albert. Welcome to the jungle. We are on sacred grounds right now. You're just beginning to see it's part of the structures.
I've never seen anything like this.
Welcome to Nan Madol.
Only a tiny fragment of the legendary Saudeleur city can still be seen. Mangroves choke whatever else remains. Now, new technology can help unblock the secrets of this place. How and why it was built, and just how big it really is.
What is that? It's incredible, ain't it? I was born here, but every time I come up here, I'm always amazed. Always. This is the main ceremonial center of Nan Madol.
It's a temple to the island's ancient rulers, constructed from pillars of basalt rock. 800 years ago, this place would have been bustling with hundreds of priests, attendants, and the feared Saudeleur kings.
Must have been some super-powered humans to build this, huh?
Well, this area was meant only for the elite. It was the only time in our history that we were ruled by one person. Almost like a dictator. So he was able to command all the people on the island to come and assist in the building of Nan Madol.
Look, is that more rocks over there? Is that
Yes,
more of
that's an outer wall. Built all the way to the edge of the reef.
Yeah, you can see the reef breaking right there.
Exactly.
It's massive.
To get to grips with this city in the sea, we need to work out the full extent of it. And that can only be done from above.
I think we have to scan this, you know, with the drone, and maybe we can start to really map out all these different features.
Okay, so this is where we're at right now. There are 90 plus structures, all man-made. From here all the way down south. The edge of exit
All the
here.
way to there?
Yes.
Such a huge area.
It is huge.
You can't see anything. It's all mangrove. Were the mangroves here 800 years ago?
No, I doubt it. It's been abandoned for a long time, so mangroves just
It
grew.
would have been easier to map it then than it is now.
Well, that's why we have LiDAR, right?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
can
for
delete
sure.
the mangroves.
Take it off.
My drone team began the first of more than 40 planned flights. We're scanning this whole area, almost half a square mile, twice the size of the Vatican City. We want to strip back the jungle canopy and reveal the rest of this city. I'm going back to explore the gigantic building that Gus showed me, to find out more about the people who built this place.
Why is there so little known about the people that built this incredible monument?
The reason there's so little known is because there's not a written system to express ideas. It's through oral tradition, which are
Stories.
Exactly, those are stories handed down generation to generation. And no person can tell the entire story because there's the belief that if they tell the whole story that they will die. They're no longer useful.
How was this place built? I can't imagine how human effort could actually carry these stones all the way up to the top of this building.
It's really not clear to us how it was done, the physics part of it. One legend talks about magic being used to lift the rocks and bring them over here so they would fly.
Magic flew these rocks here.
That's right.
This whole expedition is something else. I'm a scientist, a technologist. I deal in facts. Finding out how they actually built this, it's going to be a challenge. But deeper into the ritual complex, we spot something familiar.
Here we have a Sakau pounding stone. Remember from the Sakau ceremony with the Nan Marquis? You can tell it because of the circular wear pattern.
So you're telling me that people used to sit around this stone and pound Sakau
Right at the entrance to this complex. This is like a gateway sort of ceremony.
It's like a rite of passage in how you get to know people.
And this is the same thing that's been going on for centuries.
Yeah, at least centuries, if not 1,000 years.
At the very center, the true purpose of this stone monument is revealed.
This tomb housed the bones of the Saddalor, the leader at the time for the whole island.
Where were they found? Do you know?
Some of them were inside of the walls, between the rocks.
It wasn't a single body found here, but the partial remains of many people, perhaps spanning generations.
What do you know about the Saddalors?
The stories tell us that the Saddalors had a bit of a bad reputation, and they didn't exactly treat everyone so well.
And this is literally the heart of the whole complex.
That's right.
It sits within a huge tomb district at this end of Namadol, a Valley of the Kings on water.
You know, it's very different than the stone heads of Easter Island. But just like there, this place, right here, was built to honor the spirits of the dead. Spirits that the locals believe still reside here.
The tombs we can see are only a fragment of Namadol. Our LiDAR scans should reveal a whole lot more. Hidden, somewhere under half a square mile of tropical jungle, lies the ancient city of Namadol. We're laser scanning the area with LiDAR to create a blueprint of the city, to uncover its structures and help us understand why the Saddalor kings built it.
Hacking through the jungle, taking this massive drone and launching it from every point they could in a methodical grid pattern. It's going to take some time for the processing to finish so that we can remove the trees. But we've got the first scans in. Let's pull them in.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
It's pretty awesome, right?
It's amazing.
Even before we remove the trees, you get a sense of this network of geometric shapes that define the human structures, right? You can already see faintly here, 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 and then here's the main site that you took me to earlier. So you can already start to piece together this whole city, or what was once there.
It's a glimpse into an ancient city of tombs and temples.
See, what is this? Look how straight those lines are. You see that? Look at that. They're perfectly uniform.
It's such a regular shape that can't be natural.
That's incredible. I want to check them out.
The mangrove is really dense. So, I mean, there's no way for us to walk in there, you know, it's impossible. Unless you go by a boat.
We're headed back to Namadol now, this time by sea. This is how they would have approached here hundreds of years ago.
I followed my GPS to the spot that we identified on the LiDAR scans.
Look at those. Can we get in right there?
Wow, these are unreal. These are huge rocks. It's bigger than anything else I've seen here. I just can't wrap my head around how they would have got them here and then lifted them one upon another. It's just insane. You know, each one of these boulders must weigh the amount of a couple of buses at least. Now, this is something beyond imagination.
So weird.
The line of rocks takes me deeper into the mangroves.
It's enormous. And it goes on forever.
The man-made structure captured by the LiDAR is a seawall. Built on coral reef, it stretches for 1.25 miles.
It's almost like a giant fortress, more than a city.
We can now define the boundaries of the city on 3 sides. Entering through a break in the wall, there are hints of more ancient basalt buildings lining the main channel.
It's like a master mason designed the whole thing. They didn't use mortar, they just placed everything in a perfect balance. Still intact 800 years or so after construction.
It's getting very narrow here. We're looking for our passageway, but the mangroves have just grown everywhere. Is it okay to enter this area?
It's too risky for you to get off.
Why is that risky?
In the afternoon time, there are spirits around these islands guarding these places. You don't want to get sick.
You know, in respect for the local traditions, I think we're gonna keep going.
This is where old school exploration ends. And tomorrow, my technology takes over. By stripping these trees away with our LiDAR, we'll see what this wall is protecting. We've discovered hints of what Namedol looks like. But the full extent of this mysterious city has been shrouded for centuries in island legend and mangrove forest. Technology can change that. The LiDAR scans are complete.
The hope here is that you're gonna see Namedol as it was originally, before all these trees took over. We're getting a view of the entire site, because you can't see it unless you do something like this. This is the LiDAR before the trees have been removed. You ready for this?
Yes.
Look at that. You see?
Oh, wow, look at that.
It's crazy, right?
That's another structure for sure.
Do you think there's structures that you've never seen before?
Yes, definitely. Just from this picture, about 10, because, it's really inaccessible.
So with this, we're able to go where you can't go.
Yes.
This is incredible. Do you know, are there stories of this place?
Of course, each structure has a function. This one is the residential area for the Sadolor, so this is where they lived.
You can realize that the entire area is protected by this seawall. What were they defending themselves against?
Not only, I guess, natural elements, but probably people. Up to 2,000 people live here, but these were the rulers.
You can imagine how impressive this would have been. Just the scale, it's amazing. This was happening some 800 years ago.
Exactly.
On this island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
We can now digitally rebuild what Namedol may have looked like in all of its glory. A colossal seawall protects over 90 man-made islands, organized into a burial district and a residential zone, with temples and monuments signifying the power of the oppressive Sadolur rulers who lived here.
So we have a 3D digital model of the height of all of these different features. And from that, we can get a precise measurement based off of this actual data of how much volume of material this place took to build.
We begin with the single largest ruin in the city, the ceremonial tomb site I visited.
We've just looked at the main exterior wall as an initial calculation. What I've done here is just take a simple section And from this, we're looking at over 14,000 tons of basalt. That's for just the outside walls, not even the whole structure, and the tombs and stuff inside.
14,000 tons. It's crazy. I know, right?
Based on the LiDAR data, the amount of rock used to build the entire city is nearly 700,000 tons. It's ancient construction on an unimaginable scale. But where did those thousands of rocks come from? For centuries, it's been explained by magic. On the far side of the island is a basalt deposit that may hold the answer.
Is that it?
That's it. That's the baby.
It's a quarry like no other.
It just pokes straight out of the trees.
This is a quarry in the sky.
I think we can fly the drone right out of here and do a big pass around it. Ready?
I want to get a close look at this extraordinary volcanic mine. Incredibly, it looks as if it's been mined from the top. There must be a way that these ancient islanders climbed up and got the stones down.
I don't think we can make it all the way to the top. But there's a spot right in the middle of the mountain that we may be able to access. This way, maybe this way. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's a 400-foot scramble that starts steep and quickly becomes almost vertical.
Be careful, Albert. Some rocks here, slippery.
This is where they got the rocks from.
Yep.
Pretty intense quarry.
This is the real deal, bro. We're almost there. All right. Up.
50 feet from the summit, we reach what appears to be the main quarry site.
These are unreal. They look exactly like the ones in Amador. The same hexagonal shape.
Yep.
This is like the stone log cabin hardware store
Yes.
for the island. They didn't have dynamite or anything like that
No.
back then. How would they actually break these off?
One of the theories is that you burn wood and you pour water in, it will crack.
Oh, it expands.
Yeah.
So they were like almost like material scientists back then.
Yes, engineers.
How much does one of these weigh?
The typical ones they use in Amador is between 5 to 10 tons. But there are boulders that can weigh up to 50 tons.
How far is Namadol from here?
10 miles across the land straight.
10 miles that way?
Yes.
Just doesn't make any sense. Let's go a little further. I'm gonna try to see if I can get up there and get a view.
Okay, good luck.
You're not coming?
I'm not coming.
I'll be right back.
Be careful now.
People came all the way over here to the north side of the island, somehow climbed this mountain, broke off these massive stone pillars, and then transported them across the island. Just like on Easter Island, over 6,000 miles away, people here moved mountains of volcanic rock to build extraordinary monuments that they believed could connect them to the spirits.
This is perfect. You can see everything. The whole area. Maybe I can start to see exactly what route they might have taken with these rocks. No, I'm gonna look on the satellite images. Here. Okay, so I think right here, on top of this mountain. They had to get the rocks all the way over to here, to Namadol. I couldn't imagine carrying a 5 or 10 ton boulder over that mountain behind me. Doesn't seem possible at all. Okay.
My view from the summit suggests an alternative route. A trail of mangroves leads straight into the ocean. And we know where there's mangroves, there's water.
The way that would be most logical is they might have broken these boulders off, thrown them down to the bottom of this quarry, and then somehow used the mangroves and the channels to get them out. If they could float them out to sea, maybe they would move them across the inside of that reef where the waves aren't so bad. And then it's a decision. Do you go north all the way around the island that way, or do you go south? I guess depends on the winds, the tides, and the distance. And actually, you know, honestly, like super sophisticated in terms of whatever engineering they had to come up with to make that possible.
At the moment, it's a theory. But there are intriguing legends that tell of a stone city of the dead beneath the waves. It's en route from here to Nam Madol, and it could provide evidence of how the city was really built.
We're headed to a site that has been described as an underwater city of the dead or of the gods, still inhabited today with spirits. You know, most locals, they won't even come here to fish because it's taboo. You know, we're wading into uncharted waters in some ways.
We're searching an area just east of Nam Madol, where the shallow reef drops away into the deep water.
You can start to see the outer walls in front of us, off to starboard a little bit, 1 o'clock.
Our lidar can't penetrate water. So we're using downscan sonar, which can detect what's on the sea floor to a depth of up to 300 feet.
Here, as we're motoring along, making a grid pattern around the entrance of Nam Madol, the sonar is sending a ping straight down. It'll hit something and then return back like a reflection. Basically, these little blobs, just a school of fish right here.
I'm just looking for anything that might look man-made, something that's maybe geometric in nature.
After about 30 minutes of scanning,
look at that.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
A big spike. We're right on top of it now. You got seafloor, 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 and then all of a sudden, boom, this spike in elevation right here, right underneath us. Whether it's man-made or not, that's why we're diving on it. Let's mark this point right here.
Straight on. Okay, we'll drop in close to the entrance to Nam Madol and then swim out looking for the structure. Okay.
Dive foot.
Is that thing motorized?
Should be, right? That's the next one. Yeah. That's the upgrade. Yeah. 3 years ago, I was sitting in a hospital bed wondering if I'd ever walk again. And now, I'm about to don a scuba diving kit and drop into an ocean. I'm going to look for a lost city.
It's just barren down here. There's not a lot of fish. Oh, it's murky.
So if they see basalt rock down there, I mean, that's evidence that this place was man-made or man-built. Basalt rocks are volcanic rocks. They're not coral reefs. It's out of place if we find it here. Somebody brought it here.
we start our search grid close to the outer wall of Nam Madol.
That's Nam Madol right there. You can see the seawall.
Further from the wall, I spot something familiar.
Look, the same hexagonal stones right here. Incredible.
These basalt columns don't look like they're part of the construction. They're random, like they might have ended up here accidentally. We move away from the reef shelf to the deeper water, our key search area.
Check this out. This must be what we saw in the sonar. Oh man, it's got to be about 20 feet tall. They're kind of one after the other here. Just pumping up out of the seafloor in this very vertical direction. I really can't be sure this is natural or something man-made. Either way, it's spooky looking.
You know, it's pretty incredible down there. I did see piles of basalt rock closer to Namadol, and along the side of the wall are these huge pillars that just rise out of the depths, like shadows of giants through this murky water. But it's, to me, inconclusive. You know, it could be natural forming reef or coral heads, or it could be basalt encrusted with coral. It's hard to say. Whatever it is, it's weird.
Very, very strange down there. Very strange.
That's a huge column there. That's got to be at least 30 feet tall. Have you seen other coral pillars like this before?
This is the only place that I've seen pillars like that. I've never seen coral grow in a vertical column like that unless there's something for it to grow onto.
The strange vertical pillars remain a mystery, but are the likely source of the underwater city myth. The hexagonal columns lying on the seafloor may support the theory that the building blocks of Namadol were brought here by sea. If the architects of Namadol could sail giant rocks around the island, just how far could their kingdom have reached? We think that the giant basalt blocks of Namadol were transported by sea. I'm hunting for evidence that the islanders may have sailed further afield. 20 miles from here is a string of tiny islands called Ant Atoll.
I found only one report of this whole place. It was written from before the time I was born. And it describes something that I've got to check out that's just beyond the reef.
This report claims that somewhere on these islands are traces of an ancient civilization. The head of the family who now protects Ant Atoll is Willie Hawley. He has the traditional title of Rosa.
Welcome to Ant.
Thank you. And your family has been on this island for a long time.
Over 100 years. That's what our clan is, the Stingray.
These are awesome. Oh, I need a tattoo.
This area of the island has been abandoned for decades. But as a boy, Rosa remembers seeing unusual stones here.
I don't know how you can find anything with all this undergrowth.
You're starting to see the basalt rocks here, yeah? That is not common for an atoll like this.
These are the same basalt rocks that I saw at Namadol. There's no quarry of basalt sitting out here somewhere in this atoll, is there?
There is none.
This isn't the only intriguing remnant here of an ancient civilization.
All right, we're at it.
You found it?
Yeah. If you look, they're flat rocks, overgrown with trees and stuff. But if you brush it off and you take a look at it, it's Sakau stone.
Oh, I saw one just like this right at the entrance of Namadol. And the first thing I did was sit with the Nam Marquis to a Sakau ceremony, where stones were pounding just like this to make the Sakau. You can see this is so deep. This must have been hundreds of Sakau ceremonies.
Oh, yeah.
Thousands, maybe.
Yep.
Where did these stones come from?
I would say Pohnpei.
So somehow the technology that they had in understanding the sea allowed them to bring huge boulders across waves and reefs and miles of ocean just to get here. Is it possible that these were the same people that built Namadol?
Has to be. I can't see any other reason why this would actually be here, unless there was a link between here and there. Here's another one, right here. bigger one. I think there probably would have been some type of a settlement here.
Wow, how big do you think this is?
That's the mystery.
Clearing this site by hand could take weeks. Our LiDAR scanner will digitally strip away some of the vegetation. Just like our scan at Namdol, if there's anything lurking beneath the undergrowth, this will find it.
The guys have processed all the data that I got from the scan out on Ant Atoll. And here it is. So I zoom in here, and this is the track that I walked. But I can actually kind of move down through the layers and clear away the trees a little bit. You can actually see this really incredible blueprint of this site. That darker area right there. These are cacao stones. Those are the pounding stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In a circle, all around this one area. You can imagine how big of a ceremonial place this must have been, because I've only seen 1 or 2 cacao stones next to each other. This is 6 right here.
20 miles away from Namdol, Ant Atoll was home to a huge ritual site, perhaps built by the very same people. It's evidence that Namdol had influence that stretched across the waves.
What's really incredible about this is that it's on a tiny speck of sand beyond the barrier reef, which means that what happened here happened elsewhere as well.
There are 25,000 other islands across the Pacific. Trade and culture traveled from island to island. But just how far did this ocean network reach? Namdol's architects were highly skilled seafarers, capable of moving rocks miles across the ocean. But could they have been part of a much bigger trans-Pacific movement? Anthropologist Ashley Meredith has uncovered some evidence that might help answer this question.
Ready?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's quite a large field, eh?
It's amazing.
The outcrop that we're exploring is actually a gallery filled with ancient rock art.
It's creepy. Looks almost like a ghost. Look at that, there's a sword down there. How long ago were these carved?
This could be 1,000 to 2,000 years ago.
Okay, 2,000 years ago, that's the time when the story of Christ was happening. That's the time when the first emperor of China was building the Terracotta Army. And here, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, somebody actually carved this into this stone and contemplated their reality.
This rock art shows that Pompeii was an important cultural site, even before the Sadalurs arrived.
Ready? This is my favorite.
Whoa. Wow. How did you find this?
Through oral history. There are stories here that talk about foreigners making these.
Foreigners?
Mm-hmm. Where these people came from, we can't be sure.
You see these anywhere else?
Similar in New Caledonia.
Wait. How far away is New Caledonia?
New Caledonia is about 2,000 miles from here.
2,000 miles.
Yep.
That's like, that's almost the distance between New York and LA.
Yes.
If I take images from a bunch of different angles, then I can use photogrammetry where you can add up the overlapping images and it creates a 3D model of the entire
That's
surface.
really cool.
Using the digital model, I can make the faint eroded carvings far more visible.
Check this out. Is that
Oh my
awesome?
gosh.
I'm actually moving the virtual light across the features and make them pop out a little more. See?
Yep, that was a good one.
Right there?
Slowly. There.
Right there?
Yes, that's really cool. You can see more of the detail.
Let me just screen grab this.
All right.
So now I can pull the same thing up over here. Okay. This is the image from New Caledonia.
That's right.
Okay, so this is from here.
They have a lot in common.
You see, maybe I can actually do something even crazier. I can change the opacity. I can move it on top of the other image. Look at that.
Whoa, they're really similar.
That's awesome, right?
Yeah.
It's almost a perfect print, one of the other. I'm staring at these two images, and to me, it's just too similar to be a coincidence. How could something nearly identical pop up 2,000 miles away, but in a time when sailing across those distances must have been incredibly difficult? There's no GPS, it's just old school navigation.
Whether or not these two symbols were created by the same Pacific people, it's clear evidence that the ocean didn't isolate these cities and these cultures. It connected them. The settlers ruled for 400 years until they were overthrown. And within those centuries, their seafaring skills took them across the Pacific. Who knows, maybe even as far as that other great civilization on Easter Island, over 6,000 miles away. Both left their mark set in stone. This lost city, built on water, is more grand and complex than I ever imagined. A seat of power for the ruling elite, part of a great network of people who traveled north, south, east, and west across the vast Pacific Ocean.
This place, it came from a meeting of peoples who sailed across the seas with skill and bravery beyond comprehension. And with them, they carried ideas, creating an ocean continent, in a way, leaving traces of the human spirit in these massive, mysterious stone monuments.
The lost city of Namadol. It's more than an archaeological wonder. It's a monument to human possibility.
The jungles of Colombia, South America. This is where the legend of El Dorado was born. The Spanish conquistadors, they heard these local tales of a king near here who was covered in gold dust. And then the story, it just kept growing to describe entire cities covered in this stuff. Deep in the jungle, high in the mountains. While the Spanish never found those fabled civilizations, they also didn't have the technology that we have today.
My name is Albert Lin, and I look at the world in a unique way. I use 21st century technologies to look back into our past.
Check that out, I can actually fly through the secret ancient world.
Lasers that scan deserts, strip away dense jungle canopy, and scour the oceans to uncover the hidden worlds beneath.
We're wading into uncharted waters.
Now I have the military helping me find lost cities.
New discoveries in the most awe-inspiring places on Earth.
That's where pixels become reality.
That fill the gaps in our story. Who we are, where we came from, and the wonders we can achieve.
Here we are in the 13th century.
This is carved out of the earth, huh?
This is the new golden age of exploration.
We know their secrets.
The mountain ranges are so steep. The whole area is almost entirely cut off from the outside. Like a lost world. Over the past 50 years, The whole area was mostly dominated by local drug lords and the FARC guerrillas. But now that archaeologists are beginning to make their way back in, they're finding traces of these unbelievable civilizations, once thought totally lost. Wow! It's literally a city in the clouds. Maybe those Spanish stories weren't just legends, because that's what a real lost city looks like.
Setting 1012.
That's Ciudad Perdida, the lost city.
Ciudad Perdida, the lost city, is high up in Colombia's most isolated mountain range, the Sierra Nevada. Archaeologists have spent decades exploring this dense jungle to find out about the people who lived here over 500 years ago. Digital technology will help them reveal more and faster. Only the world's toughest archaeologists can handle this terrain. Santiago Geraldo has been excavating here for 20 years.
It's a beautiful place. It's amazing this place is still standing. Who discovered it?
It was guaqueros, looters. And then the archaeologists came in, took them about a week to get here, and they were led by other looters.
Looters led the way, huh?
Yeah, it's actually pretty incredible because they got into a shotgun fight. The looters were after the gold that's in the burials. When one looter came out with, more than 80 pieces of gold from one burial. Yeah.
Gunfights for gold. Archaeology gets dangerous when gold is involved, and this place is bursting with it.
Who built all this?
It was the people that we call the Tairona. Their predecessors began to be built around 600 AD.
It's huge. How many people would have lived here?
About 2,000 to 3,000 at its peak. And then about 10,000 people living in the upper part of the basin.
10,000?
Yeah. All that forest that you see would have been all farmland.
Oh, man, you can almost feel their energy here, like all these people running around.
It's taken us over 40 years of work to clear out and survey the site, trying to tease out what these people were thinking when they were building it.
40 years?
Yeah.
The reason why soon becomes clear.
Travel out here is intense.
Santiago and I head for Ciudad Antigua, a recently discovered Tairona site.
It's only like 12 kilometers, 7.5 miles or so from Ciudad Perdida, where we just came from.
That's if you took a straight line, that is. Oh, it kills your guts. It's a real gut banger, this thing. Oh, we just had a helicopter. Now we're in a 4x4. And we still gotta foot it through some of the craziest jungle.
The Tairona built their homes on the steepest ridges of this thick, dense jungle. From here, they could see everything around them. Safe in the mountains, they remained hidden for centuries. They're one of the most mysterious people in all of South America, and finding their ancient cities in this terrain, it's almost impossible.
These roots are incredible.
Yeah, it's a fig tree. This is what I wanted to show you. See that right there?
The rocks?
See that? Yeah, yeah.
Is it a wall?
Yeah, that's a wall.
Wow.
That's a wall. That's a Tidona wall. So that's how we find them out here.
You wouldn't even see it. I mean, honestly, it looks like a pile of rocks.
No, for the most part, that's to the untrained eye. That's what they look like. But yeah, that's a wall.
Wow, it's incredible. I mean, you barely recognize it.
Well, you know, we've got like 400 years of growth and leaf litter and soil.
How long did it take to find this place after Ciudad Perdido, son?
Oh, it was a good like 14, 15 years, around 1989, 1990.
15 years.
Yeah. Lots of walking, lots of bushwhacking.
I think there's a better way to do this. You know, we could use aerial LiDAR, could have digital model the whole place, then we could remove the trees and see the ground. We could find the pathways, the rock piles,
Well,
the
that
walls.
would be amazing. If it does pick up these terraces, it would be really, really amazing. It would be fabulous.
Maybe we'll even find some new ones.
LiDAR should be able to strip away the trees to expose the ground beneath them across this whole area, including terrain that is yet to be explored. The LiDAR scanner shoots about 400,000 laser pulses every second. Each pulse creates an accurate distance measurement, which we can use to build a 3D model. However, there's a problem. The whole jungle here is incredibly thick. To test my technology, first we'll scan a small area around Ciudad Perdida. If that works, we can scan the whole valley. This has never been tried here before. We're in totally uncharted territory. We don't know what we'll find. It could be more lost cities, or it could be nothing. But what we do know is that this chance is just too good to miss. Not much is known about the Tairona, but what we do know comes from the Spanish invaders who arrived in the 16th century.
These streams, they run all the way down to the coast of the Caribbean. It's about 15 miles or so as the crow flies. That's the same coastline where the Spanish first landed in 1501. You know, they were looking for gold, and they found it. And there's this Spanish friar, and he describes the Tairona in this way. They had feathered ornaments worn on top of huge plaques of polished gold. There was no Indian male or female that would not have sets of jewelry containing ear ornaments, necklaces, nose rings, and crowns, all of them made in gold.
Those first encounters with the gold-laden Tairona sparked the myth of El Dorado. But this myth has its roots in fact. There is gold in these hills.
You see tiny little flecks, but when the Spanish arrived and they saw that everyone was wearing gold ornaments, they thought that these mountains bled gold.
That's actual gold?
Yeah. Little tiny, tiny little flecks.
Yeah, right there, look at that. That's gold?
They're microscopic, almost.
Wow. Would the Tairona have used these kinds of pools to find it?
We don't know how it was, mined, so to speak. Probably panned and, collected tiny bit by tiny bit until they had enough to make one of the gold ornaments.
The Spanish conquistadors, they were obsessed by the Tairona gold. There's not much of it left. Looters have seen to that. But there is a stash kept hidden away in a vault in Bogota. Bogota, Colombia. I've got behind-the-scenes access to a vault of Tairona gold, at the Banco de la República Gold Museum.
Look at all this.
I'm meeting Dr. Juanita San Samper, an expert in Tairona jewelry.
This is Tairona gold.
Yes, this Tairona gold work.
They're so detailed.
These are a pair of earrings. They were used just like these.
How do I look? Does it look good on me?
Yes, it looks very nice.
It's pretty big. This is so intricate. Look at that.
Well, this is a great pendant. It might represent a man and a bat and a bird as well. Let me show you in the microscope. In here you can see the details.
It's amazing. They're tiny little feet holding on upside down.
Yes.
That's so cool.
But also these in here, some tiny little birds.
These details are literally, you know, the thickness of your hair. That's what it looks like. Wrapped around in the most incredible weaved patterns. Unbelievable. Wow, what is that?
This is a necklace. You want to?
Can I hold it? Wow. Wow, it's heavy.
Yeah.
Look at that. I have my head here between this piece of jewelry, and I actually realized that some human 400 or 500 years ago wore this exact piece, just like this. Is this pure gold?
No, it's not pure. It's an alloy made out of gold, copper, and silver. These are gilded pieces.
So how thin is the gold layer on the exterior?
Well, I can show you in here. This like a sandy or porous layer in here. It measures 5.8 microns.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible.
The Tairona metalsmiths melted together gold, copper, and silver to make an alloy. Once set, the piece was burned over a flame and then dipped in acid solution made from a local herb. These chemical processes brought the gold compounds to the surface, creating a gilded exterior.
So basically, the Spanish show up, they see all this stuff, they think it's gold, but actually it's just got this layer on the very exterior, the thickness of a spider's web that is actually gold, and that's it.
Yes.
I guess the Spanish didn't know that at first, right?
No, they thought it was all gold.
The Tairona were able to craft complex pieces out of tiny amounts of gold, but it was just enough to fuel the Spaniards' fantasies. Back at Ciudad Perdida, it's the moment of truth. The LiDAR test scans are in, and if it worked, we'll be able to see the world of the Tairona like never before.
Hey, man.
Oh, great. The data's in.
Yeah, check this out. You're gonna like this.
Oh, wow. Ooh. Okay. I've never seen it without the trees.
Well, yeah, unless you cut them all down, right?
Cut them all down.
Then I can actually change the angle of the sun here.
This is wonderful.
Look at that.
Oh, you can see all the paths.
These paths, they follow the terrain off of this central terrace on the main ridge, and they kind of go out in every direction. Web of pathways.
Yeah, you can continue like drawing these out because it's all about connection.
It's not like anything I've ever seen in any other city. I mean, there's no walls, there's no boundaries, there's no squares. It's
nothing. It's all open.
It almost looks like this neural network.
Yeah.
How long has this place been abandoned for?
Oh, just about since 1600. So.
400 years ago?
Yeah.
There's
been jungle growing over this for 400 years. How is it still standing?
Well, these guys were wonderful engineers. They really were. And good design really stands the test of time.
Design? What do you mean?
You've got so much rain out here that it's just ridiculous. We've got over 4 meters of rain per year, so.
4 meters?
Yeah.
Like 12, 13 feet?
Yep, that's exactly right. It just rained cats and dogs.
How would that not just erode and destroy all of this?
A good portion of the engineering and the design and the architecture is meant to work as a water management system. We would have the roof, right? And then all that water would have coursed down staircases. And so you've got runoff water moving very rapidly downslope and just make it all dry again very quickly.
The whole thing was designed as a massive gutter system also? That's awesome.
Yeah. That's what has preserved the site, actually.
Using the LiDAR data, we've built a 3D model of Ciudad Perdida.
And look at this, ready? Boom.
Without the trees, we can see Ciudad Perdida as it was 500 years ago. Transported through time, we can move through the city, following the footsteps of the people that once lived here.
Oh, this is amazing. You've got like the center part of the town, and then all these paths that lead out to it and connect to the other neighborhoods. Imagine you've got dogs, you've got kids playing, you've got goldsmiths, weavers, you've got merchants.
We've proved that LiDAR works here. Now, we're gonna scan the whole valley. Who knows what we'll find hidden beneath the jungle canopy. The test scans of Ciudad Perdida prove that the LiDAR technology does work here. Now we're going to scan the valley. If there are any other Tairona cities hidden under the jungle, we'll find them.
Okay, so this is the Sierra Nevada range?
Yeah, this is the northern portion. You can see it goes from the Caribbean up to snow caps pretty quickly.
I've pulled up a satellite map, so Santiago and I can work out where to scan.
I'll rotate around so we can see the whole valley here.
All right. That's the whole basin. That's lower portion, upper portion, and we've got Ciudad Perdida right there.
Okay. So it'd be kind of good to scan this whole area here. What if we start off with this region here?
That would be
maybe?
perfect. That would be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, a drone can't carry the sensor because it's not, you know, it's too heavy. Supplies are brought into Ciudad Perdida every month via helicopter,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Maybe we can piggyback off of the helicopter.
That would be perfect.
Put
If we
the
can get to
sensor,
yeah.
and then we can have it do these really tight paths, this kind of grid pattern through this region.
That would be perfect. That would be perfect. That would be fantastic.
We mount an aerial LiDAR scanner with 3 lenses on a helicopter. One lens faces straight down. The other 2 are at angles. This maximizes the chance that some of the laser beams will make it through the canopy to the ground. The aerial LiDAR team gets to work, scanning and processing billions of data points from the valley. There's a clue to what the LiDAR scans might find underneath the tree canopy. It's at the entrance to Ciudad Perdida.
What is this?
Well, we call it the map stone.
A map stone?
Yeah.
Oh, look at these lines. Are these pathways?
We think so.
Look at these radiating little hubs here. What are these? Are these?
It looks a bit like the pattern that you see inside Ciudad Perdida, where you've got like central areas and radiating paths that lead in and out of the central area. But we don't know exactly what it maps out or what it represents.
Let's see if we can match anything with the ground scan. Okay, ready? First, I'll take a picture. And then I'm going to overlay the ground scan.
Okay, let's
So this is the rock, obviously, and this is Ciudad Perdida.
Yeah, we've got the central area. The terrace is right here.
It doesn't really fit this at all.
Try it out at a different scale. If we reduce Ciudad Perdida.
You think reducing?
Yeah.
So you think it could be like
smaller?
Smaller? Like,
yeah. Yeah, there we go. There.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Around here.
Yeah. You can see that it's sort of at a different scale.
Different scale?
Yeah. If it's a map, it represents a wider area. It doesn't really fit the town as such.
If Santiago's right, there may be more cities to find out there.
There's a pathway out of Ciudad Perdida. It's a staircase made out of 1,200 stone steps heading towards the sea. It's an intriguing lead to follow up. I've come down to the coast to meet anthropologist Eduardo Mazuera. This is where the legend of El Dorado began.
I didn't realize that the Tairona had a life here in the ocean. I've been up in the mountains, but they were here too?
Yeah, along the seashore, the Tairona would have had small villages where they would trade with the people in the higher lands.
What would they trade?
Fish brought from the sea, salt, and seashells from the lowlands. And in the highlands, they would have very refined textiles, gold ornaments, and ceramic.
So the Spaniards came here greedy for gold. They saw gold moving from the mountains down to the coastline and fish moving back and forth. Did they ever try to work together? Did they trade with each other, the Spanish and the Tairona?
They did trade. But from the first period of contact, the Spaniards had this gold fever.
So what happened here?
The Spaniards had guns and cannons, but besides that, they had a sort of biological weapon. Diseases. Typhus, influenza, smallpox. Diseases which were new in the Americas and led to a sort of apocalypse.
So the diseases they brought over on the backs of their own greed ended up wiping out almost this entire population.
Practically. The high death tolls were due to disease more than warfare. The few survivors that weren't infected with disease and weren't enslaved fled into the mountains.
And even though the Spanish conquistadors were so horrendous and so destructive, some must have survived.
For that, you should meet some indigenous people who claim to be the descendants of the Tairona. They still have the same myths of origin and some of their customs.
The indigenous population still live deep within the jungle-covered mountains today. I'm going to meet them to find out what they say happened to the Tairona and their gold. High up in the mountains near Ciudad Perdida are the Kogi. They claim to be descendants of the Tairona. Santiago introduces me to Jose Maria. He's a Kogi priest.
Every culture has an origin story. Could you tell me yours?
El cultivo ese es de mamá de todo, todo. Y lana y sapo y todo así. Nosotros también somos todo así.
Do you think all the fathers and mothers of your people go back to the time of the Tairona? They go back to the Tairona itself?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they lived in a similar way to how you live today?
Como igual, como lo mismo. Lo antes Tairona lo come. Entonces después nosotros también como igual así.
It seems like for many years, from the time of the story of El Dorado till now, there's been a lot of people who have come here in search of gold.
Ellos lo sacamos. Todos llevamos. Entonces está secando agua, está secando palo, está secando el cultivo.
Because people took
gold from the mountains.
Mm.
The Kogi believe gold lust has devastated their culture and the culture of their ancestors, the Tairona. But there's still traces of Tairona heritage here that can't be seen at Ciudad Perdida. Jose Maria gives me his blessing to preserve it in the best way I know how. The LiDAR scanner captures data points which build an accurate model of the Kogi huts. Back at Ciudad Perdida, I use my technology to bring the scans of the Kogi huts to life.
This is so cool. This feels like we're just peering back into time, back to the time that the last Tairona lived here, about 400 years ago. It's kind of like making the invisible visible.
This technology allows us to see the city as a Tairona would have done. Finally, the aerial LiDAR team has finished processing billions of data points from the scans of the valley. Now, we can uncover all of the mountains in the Tairona's world.
Here it is.
LiDAR data is in?
Yeah, this is the whole scan.
Oh my god, okay.
I've sprayed it up against the wall.
Let me take a look.
So that's Ciudad Perdida here?
Yeah, this is Ciudad Perdida. Everything that you see in white, that's flat. That's what we're looking for.
That's the signature of...
Yeah, because white means flat, flat means humans, and that means terracing. So what we're looking for is white. Oh, look, 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 look. You can see right there the path that leads upriver. Can you pull out a bit more?
Okay.
Pull, I want to see more. I want to see more. See if we can find some new areas. Oh, look, this is new. This is absolutely new. Right there. This is new. This area right here. Right there. Right there, that ridgeline right there, this area right there. See that? It's nice and flat. Highly probable that there's terraces right there. We've never been there.
So you're telling me that this area up here could be an entirely new city or site?
It could be a new site, could be a new site, could be a new town. This is fantastic data.
A lost city in the mountains that you've never seen before.
Yep. Could be. But we need to ground truth them. We got to put boots on the ground and head out there and see for ourselves whether there's terracing and walls and just man-made structures. That's where pixels become reality.
Somewhere, out there, there's a lost city waiting to be found. This is gonna be tough. We'll be bushwhacking through some of the world's roughest terrain. Santiago and I head off with the camera crew. We've got the Colombian military with us because bandits still roam this jungle, and we can't take any chances. Before we can even start the climb, there's a long trek on the old Tairona path. Then, it's hours of bushwhacking up the ridge we spotted on the LiDAR scans. Our goal is to get to the top of the ridge where the LiDAR showed large flat areas that we hope are the signs of a Tairona city. It starts so well.
Wow. It's just so beautiful.
But it's not long before the real challenge begins.
How many machetes do we have among the crew?
Got 3, 4.
4 machetes.
We'll just take turns.
Okay.
We're gonna be going up. Trying to find a trail right by the side.
Well, let me pull out the data.
Okay, fire it up.
Okay.
Okay, pull it down. So we are right here.
This
Right
one?
here. Right there.
But 3,366 altitude, 3,366
Okay,
feet.
we've got about 700 feet to go up.
So that's the ridge line right up there, right?
Yeah,
Somewhere
it's going
hidden
up,
in the
going
green.
up like this. And if all goes well, we're going to be heading up this ridge line, or right beside it, up toward this plateau up here.
We're literally following a map made by lasers in the sky through the thickest jungle I've ever seen to look for new lost cities.
Good fun. Good fun.
This is just the beginning. Ahead of us is a 700-foot vertical climb on whatever pathway we can cut out of the harsh jungle. We leave the old Tairona path and start to fight our way up the mountain.
It looks like the trajectory kind of follows this ridge up that way.
Yeah, it should. I think the sill is pretty loose.
Oh man. This is why jungle archaeology is so hard.
Deadly snakes are in this jungle. If anyone is bitten, they'll die before we can get them out. This climb is harder than we could have ever imagined.
Sorry. Oh! You all right?
After a brutal climb, we finally have a breakthrough.
Oh, there we go. Mira, el testero. Got lots of pottery up here.
Pottery?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Look at that. See bits and pieces of pottery right there?
Oh yeah, look at that.
See? Can you get the trowel out, please? Yeah. Here we go.
Ancient pottery.
See this one right here?
Where there's pottery.
There's human beings.
This is Tairona pottery. That's so cool.
Guys, come on up. We've got another one up here.
You got another one?
Yeah, we got another one up here.
Another one.
It hasn't been looted. There's no looter pits.
No looter pits means that this is an untouched site.
What is it?
Lip.
A pot lip?
Yeah. Ciao.
Wow, look at this.
No, it's
See
on a
that?
slope, so it's coming from uphill.
Look at that, right there, right down the side. Proof of life of a lost civilization, consumed by the jungle.
We follow the trail of pottery uphill.
It's like everywhere you grab, something's trying to poke you or sting you. It's like jungle exploration meets mountain climbing. Hard work.
What? Terraza. Terraza. We got a terrace up here. Come on.
You got a terrace?
Yeah.
I found a terrace.
Nice and flat.
What?
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah, you can see the wall right here. I can clear that a bit. See right there?
Let me see.
Yeah, there it is. See? Wall right here.
Let's see.
See the big blocks of stone right here?
Mm-hmm.
And here the clink of stone right here. More stone right here. Stone.
So you've never seen this before, huh?
No, we've never seen this before.
Wow.
We found 3, 4, 5 terraces.
Yeah.
All right.
These terraces are a sign that the Tairona were once here. But the site we spotted on the LiDAR scan is still far above us, or not even halfway there.
Let's go.
The mountain's getting steeper, and we're climbing at a 52-degree incline. The humidity is reaching 100.
You okay?
You okay?
You alright?
This climb is unrelenting. We're all struggling. It's merciless and unforgiving.
Come on. Up we go, up we go.
You see anything?
Not yet.
No. We're at 3,893 feet.
So we're
of
aiming
altitude.
for what?
Yeah, just over 4,000. We got to be getting close.
Okay. Come on. Let's go.
If there's a city here, then it will have been built on a huge, artificially flat space. The white areas we saw in the LiDAR scans.
You see anything?
Oh yeah, we're finding out. So
we're on a terrace?
Yeah, it's we've got a lot of forest overhead, but yeah. That's all nice and flat.
The flat area looks like it could be a Tairona terrace. But to be sure, we need evidence. Pottery, cut stones, anything to show the Tairona actually lived here.
The hunt's on.
Good.
We spread out, checking every inch of ground. Even the army joins in.
Maybe around the edges?
Yeah, probably around the edges. I mean, we need to spread out and see if we can find some walls.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch out for snakes.
Ojo con las culebras.
Without cold, hard proof that the Tairona were here, we'll have done all this for nothing.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It's flat, but we haven't seen any evidence yet. Right at the top of the ridge now. You know, if it's consistent with everything else around here, this would have been where a Tairona city would have stood. You gotta find some evidence beyond just the topography. I see a rock right here. This is a piece of cut rock. just like at Ciudad Perdida. Now following it, let's see if we can see it on the other side of this tree.
You see it over there?
Yeah, it continues over here.
Good. Yeah.
This.
Yeah, we got that one right there. Yeah.
Another piece of cut rock. You think this is the edge of a terrace?
Yeah.
Can we-
I mean, we've got the line goes that way. The line goes that way, so that's why we got that flat area right inside. This is what we were looking for. The edges of it.
Stone after stone after stone.
Yeah. We got another one over here.
You got another one?
Yeah, we got another rock over here. Yeah. Need a bit of
I think we
wall,
found it.
tumbled down.
I think we found it.
Oh, we've got pottery.
What?
Yeah.
You serious?
Got pottery, yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Let me see.
It's a really small piece. Can you get some water and clean it up? But yeah, it's pottery for sure.
Wow, look at that. The tiniest fragment. But it's enough.
That was gonna be fun to excavate. Pottery for sure.
This was once somebody's home.
Yeah, well,
This city would have been part of the great Tirona civilization, from mountaintops to the sea. The LiDAR scans uncovered this extraordinary place, reclaimed by nature and hidden under the jungle for hundreds of years. And this is just the beginning. With this technology, we can discover dozens of new cities, and possibly the whole Tirona civilization.
I think we can call that success.
Yeah. Pretty good day.
Ever since I first saw this, the magical city of Petra in Jordan, it just hasn't left my mind. It's one of the most beautiful, unusual, and iconic cities in the world. But I've learned something surprising. Petra is not the beginning of the story, it's the end. There's another lost city carved into the rock somewhere near here. I'm hoping to find the hidden origins of one of the greatest cities the world's ever seen.
My name is Albert Lin, and I look at the world in a unique way. I use 21st century technologies to look back into the past.
Check that out. I can actually fly through the secret ancient world.
Lasers that scan deserts, strip away dense jungle canopy, and scour the oceans to uncover the hidden worlds beneath.
We're wading into uncharted waters.
That's what a real lost city looks like.
New discoveries in the most awe-inspiring places on Earth.
That's where pixels become reality.
That fill the gaps in our story. Who we are, where we came from, and the wonders we can achieve.
Here we are in the 13th century.
This is carved out of the earth, huh?
This is the new golden age of exploration.
We know their secrets.
The people who lived here in this city, well, they're originally nomads, traveling, trading across the Arabian desert, living in tents. And then in a leap, they built this. What happened? I want to find out who they were, where they came from, and what came before all this. New clues about them are being discovered in the desert rocks.
My journey was taking me to the deserts of Jordan, once home to the builders of Petra, a nomadic tribe known as the Nabateans. Today, these deserts are still traveled, but by their distant cousins, Bedouins. Mohammed Dumian is one of them. Oh! Oh la la! Very good. This is the most epic car I've ever been in. We don't have brakes, the door doesn't work, and you have only wires as keys.
We don't have a brake. Maybe we enter to the camera.
Mohammed is the antiquities supervisor for an area that covers 280 square miles of desert called Wadi Rum.
Is this it? Yeah, here.
He's helping me find clues about the ancient civilization who traveled and traded here around 400 BC.
This one, Nabatean writing here.
That's Nabatean.
Yeah.
What does it say?
He writes his name and regards for
Regards, like welcome, or?
Yeah.
So this is a welcome message from the Nabateans.
Yeah, from this guy.
The Nabatean merchants who crossed this desert 2,500 years ago left signs for each other in the rocks.
They're incredible. Camels.
Yeah. This is like a sign for caravan. Like you see this camel like this, they go to the south. They tell you where the direction to go to the water.
Ancient signposts. Out here in the desert.
Mohammed scans the ancient rock art into an app on his phone. This allows him to build a database in the cloud.
Now I take a picture for rock art. And
And that picture has a geospatial tag on it?
Yeah, I keep it.
So then you collect these geotags across the entire landscape.
Yeah.
And then bring to life the Nabatean trade route. Each one of these walls is like the pages of a book, telling the story of the Nabateans, their names, how they lived.
Yeah, everything.
We're in business.
We follow the direction the ancient camel's pointing and head for the nearest water source. Like the Nabateans before him, Mohammed and his fellow Bedouin set up camp around water holes in the Wadi Rum. We upload the scans of the geotagged rock markings, and a pattern begins to emerge.
This is actually the spot that we were. So you've collected all of those points around every single rock.
I am. Everywhere place you have a lot of inscription, you will find settlements or spring of the water.
You know, looking at my GPS track of the sites that Mohammed showed me today, there's a clear link. Signs carved into rock pointing to water. That's how the Nabateans worked. That was their secret sauce. They knew where the water was.
With that knowledge, they create a huge network of trade routes, crossing the harshest landscapes on Earth. They import exotic goods from Africa and India to sell to the Greeks, Egyptians, and Romans. Their most profitable product is this: frankincense. The Romans alone buy the modern equivalent of 180 million US dollars worth every year. As the money rolled in, their desire to settle seems to have grown. But I'm told that Petra might not have been the first place they put down roots.
We're now flying over the Jordanian desert in a Black Hawk. Now I have the military helping me find lost cities.
Bob Bewley is an aerial archaeologist. He traces the ancient water sources and trade routes of the Nabateans from above.
So what we're looking at is the connection of these blue dots, and we're trying to see how they all join up. And, you know, every time we fly, we see things. So on the end of that hill, you can see something. The whole landscape is full of archaeology. What you have to try and do is find out which bits are Nabatean and which aren't. And that's the hardest thing.
Okay, let's open up the door, right?
That's when it gets windy. Oh, man! Can you see the track there, Albert, on the left-hand side?
Where?
Along the ridge there.
Right there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And although we're looking at a modern road, it's built on the ancient road. And now we're going to follow it.
Ancient writings suggest that somewhere along this highway lies a Nabatean city hidden in the mountains, one that predates Petra by hundreds of years.
Oh, it's gotta be this! I can see the modern highway, but you can see the ancient highway running right next to it.
Okay, level off straight ahead. That's it, lovely. So that's the track running up the hill there.
Tell me that
Yeah.
We approach a barren mountaintop, surrounded by steep valleys.
That's lovely.
11 o'clock, right here?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I see it.
This rocky plateau doesn't look like any lost city I've ever seen before. But the ancient Greek writings describe the nomadic Nabateans setting up home here, possibly for the first time.
Happy to land? Yeah. Fantastic.
The city is called Sela, Hebrew for rock.
Incredible. That's amazing, isn't it? Look at that dust.
We just landed on the ancient highway.
Sela has never been scanned by lasers before. I'm launching an expedition to the summit, 3,000 feet above sea level, with my LiDAR team, to uncover the secrets of this mysterious place.
I'm 1 mile west now of the old highway, and I've hit a wall, literally. Deep within that mountain range, high up on one of the plateaus, is the ancient city of Sela. And the only way in is up.
The scanning kit is being loaded up, ready for the expedition. The LiDAR team and I are heading to one of the last fully unexplored Nabatean sites. And Jordan's acclaimed archaeologist, Mohammed Najjar, is leading the ascent.
Marhaba. How are you,
Hi,
my
good
friend?
to see you.
Yeah, it's been too long.
It's a treacherous hike to the top. Mohammed has assembled a team with local knowledge to help us. including surveyor Ahmed Marafi.
Ahmed, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Albert.
Do you reckon it's going to balance?
Aye. Hey, Joe.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good to see you. Wow.
I've never carried LiDAR kit on a donkey before, or on a horse.
This is high tech meets ancient tech.
Yeah. this you heard. Yes.
Are you ready? Let's go. Yalla. Yalla.
Yalla, my friend, yalla.
I don't know what to expect at the top. What I do know is we're heading to 3,000 feet above sea level, and it's gonna be a tough climb.
It's like a maze.
Yes, it is.
Those steps, are those?
Yes.
Ancient?
That's our way up.
Wow.
This is the only way to climb to Sela. There's no other way.
The steps are the first hint that this bare mountain has been shaped by people.
It's gotta be 90 degrees out here right now.
Yeah. What we do.
This is like a ancient skyscraper up here. Incredible. You know, it's funny when you walk through here, you can almost sense the path of somebody walking through this same little canyon.
Yeah.
The exact same stairs.
Exactly.
Just 2,000 years ago or more.
So we can smell the history, right?
Well, I smell donkey farts, but this would be an intense commute for an Nabatean.
"1,000 steps, and we're only halfway up the vertical climb. The terrain is brutal, and the questions keep coming.
It just seems like an unbelievable amount of effort to build your world on top of a mountain in the middle of an arid desert. Should we take a break and drink some water, guys? Stay away from the mean donkey. You know, water is like, it's how you live, but this desert is so dry. How do you survive on top of a mountain, surrounded by dirt, and no rivers nearby, nothing to farm? How could you hold out? Feels like we're getting close. This way, huh?
Finally, we reach the top.
Look at these steps, huh?
Yeah, it's the ancient one.
That's incredible. The 360 viewpoint for the entire area. You can imagine that somebody stood here thousands of years ago, keeping an eye out for the rest of their community.
That's why it's a natural fortress.
If this is the place named in the ancient Greek texts, then it was once a treasury for Nabatean silver worth 10 million US dollars in today's money. Its location, a formidable stronghold. But how did this lifeless crop with no water source become home to a city of people? To hunt for clues, we plan to LiDAR scan the whole plateau.
the access to so much of it is virtually impossible.
And it also looks like sheer drops everywhere. I mean, it's deadly, basically, to explore this, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully we can go places that wouldn't be safe to go otherwise.
Okay, we're good to go.
This is a very dangerous place to
It's
fly.
a risky location, yeah. We're going to have all eyes on the drone at all times.
This is like super advanced drone flying.
Yeah.
This is super, super expert model.
This is level 10, sure.
It's hard to believe this barren place was once home to hundreds, even thousands of people. If they left any evidence, I'm banking on my technology to find it. "30 miles north of Petra, I'm laser scanning the ancient city of Sela for the very first time. I'm looking for clues that the nomadic Nabateans settled here.
Look at this. There's pottery just like falling out of the ground.
That's the indication for people living here.
This is somebody's fingerprint.
Yes, exactly.
My finger fits perfectly, so somebody, that's crazy. You can just feel somebody's fingerprint right here, locked in time. Unbelievable.
The pottery proves people were here, but it's not clear who. It could simply be the guards charged with protecting the Nabateans' treasure.
Look at this. You got a staircase. Where does it go?
Up.
Probably it's a place to pray.
Yes, absolutely.
You think so?
Yeah.
You look for a high place to be closer to the gods.
So far, all I've found is a piece of pottery and an ancient stairway to heaven.
I guess this is all sandstone, right?
Yes, it is.
So over 2,000 years, the landscape is sort of melted away.
The desert winds and winter rains are eroding the soft sandstone into strange shapes. But I can just make out curious, regular markings in the rocks.
Wow, look around. What are these little holes up here?
Well, actually, this is the traditional Nabatean house. So they were living here. And you can see the marks of the axe that they've been using to carving.
Yes, these are chisel marks. Yes, exactly.
Somebody was just sitting here chiseling away, creating a space for their family, maybe.
Carving caves into dwellings suggests that they spent long stretches of time here.
Look at the beautiful view here, and it's unbelievable. This is the east. The sun will come up. It will be sunny in this spot.
The cave's position reveals the reason for the strange, regular markings above the entrance. They're post holes for their tent poles.
You have this, shelter in front of your house.
So they've gone from living in tents to combining tents with living in stone then.
The evidence is stacking up that homes were created at Sela. But it's hot, exposed, and desert dry, without a single water source on the whole outcrop. No one can survive without water. So how did the Nabateans? I'm hoping my LiDAR data can help solve the mystery.
So we hiked up here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right there.
It's a lot easier from a computer, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, actually. Yeah, it is. I think this is the way to look at the site, because if you look at small parts, you cannot understand. I mean, we need to look at the whole site. together, and then you can understand the dynamics.
Looks like it's starting to be shaped by human hands.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean, look at that. Look at this picture.
The LiDAR data reveals water tanks cut into the rock, almost invisible to the naked eye. After 3 days of scanning, we've logged an incredible 51 underground tanks. Here at Sella, it's the first time anyone has uncovered the extent of rainwater harvesting.
You have to channel the water, the rainwater, the runoff from the face of the rock to these cisterns.
We can now estimate that these man-made tanks contain about 200,000 gallons of rainwater, plenty to sustain over 1,000 permanent settlers. It's an exciting discovery.
They were nomads at the beginning. They were like wind, you know, and then there was a shift in their consciousness. I mean, they started to be attached to the land. So that's very important moment when they moved from tents to caves.
They're turning the landscape into a home, a permanent home.
Our LiDAR data transforms what we know of Sella. The Nabateans' ingenuity and knowledge of water enables them to settle, living together in a permanent city here in the dry, rocky desert. It's a stepping stone to Petra. The journey has begun.
You know, I really feel like on this journey of discovery, I'm connecting back in time with the Nabatean people. You know, their travels across shifting sands. Well, eventually they settled, carved a home into solid rock. And with that added security came a new layer of life in the city. And here at Amman, at the Jordan Museum, I'm told that there's a lot more evidence of that evolution from nomad to Petra.
Inside the museum are relics that reveal a spectacular, unexpected leap in the Nabatean story. Finely carved statues that look ancient Greek and Roman. Yet these are Nabatean, gathered from a city that boomed after Sella. These carvings suggest that their architecture is shifting from survival to opulence. Scanning the relics will allow us to fit them back where they belong.
So cool. Instantaneously, I can create a 3D model of this facade, but just getting up close here, you can actually see the chisel marks, and it feels like you almost sense the moment that the Nabateans are coming into their age, their renaissance. Now let's get the Gemini. So what I have to do is I just have to do a really steady scan. And we're actually using the camera on the data pad that's creating something called structured light. And if I can do it steady enough from that little sweep, generate a mesh and see it's doing it now. Look at that. Wow. And I'll add up a series of these different models to one awesome model. But the Nabateans never thought this would be happening.
To reunite these relics with their original buildings, I'm back on an ancient Nabatean trading route. One that leads to the ruins of Khirbet ed-Daria. Archaeologists are still excavating this city. but it's clear something extraordinary was happening here. My guide is surveyor Ahmad Marafi.
Okay, Albert, this is the Nabatean city.
Wow, this is a new thing. This is a design, a layout that was created by somebody's mind to try something new. We're gonna build walls. Somebody's gonna be over here, and they're gonna have a house over there, and then somebody's gonna have a place to cook over here. Somebody's sitting in a bathhouse right over there.
That's true. And I'm sure they were very happy.
This is a completely new idea. It seems like they were, incrementally moving forward, right? You start out as a nomadic society, and then Sela, that's step one, and then this.
There's another innovation. This city has a central focus, a temple.
To the temple we go.
The Nabatean kings, they sacrificed the animals here on this altar.
Right there?
Yeah, right there.
Walk me through the process. I'm a Nabatean king. Now I stand here in front of this altar. What happens next?
First, you have to walk around the holy place.
Up here now?
Yeah, up. So we are now on the altar.
So you lay your animal here, and what happens?
Cut the throat to let the blood go inside these holes.
These little holes, these are blood holes?
Yeah, this is blood holes.
Blood spilled from animals went down these holes.
That's true.
The statues I scanned at the museum once adorned the facade of this temple. To create a complete vision of this new Nabatean site requires a full digital scan. It's the first time this has ever been done. It's a complex undertaking, demanding detailed scanning from the air and on the ground. Merging the data creates a new vision of this spectacular long-lost temple. Crowning the temple are the museum relics, back in their original home. This place reveals the evolution from their starter city at Sela. 40 miles away, in Petra, Nabatean builders take city design to a whole new level. I'm heading back to the ancient wonder that is Petra. Here, the Nabateans put everything they'd learned about creating cities to the test.
Look at that. Just like at Sela, these are post holes for like a veranda. It would have been wood structures, beams coming out here, maybe with some cloth or something to create shade.
With time, as more set up home here, the city swells in size. The money flows in and the architecture becomes more elaborate, incorporating styles seen on their travels.
Like I'm witnessing the transition of the Nabateans through time. Right here.
By the time of Christ, Petra was the beating heart of a thriving Nabatean empire. From here, they controlled the trade routes from south to north and east to west. Their wealth soared, and in Petra, they flaunted it. Hidden in an upscale part of town called Little Petra is a show home for the time. To get in there, I need special permission and a special guide, Her Royal Highness, Princess Dana Faraz.
I've never been showed one of the wonders of the world by a real-life princess. Amazing. I think that should be our new series together.
Yes, I'm game. Don't look, you cannot look. Just, I'll lead you.
Tucked away in a rock-cut villa is tantalizing evidence of a Petra that once was.
I'm not looking, I'm not
Don't
looking.
look.
Okay. There's something right above me. I'm not allowed to look at it yet.
This is very special. Now,
Okay.
here.
Keeping
Take
my
a
eyes
step up.
shielded.
Take a step up. Okay, turn. Back,
All right.
back. Okay, now look up. Isn't that wonderful?
It's beautiful.
Look at the colors.
This changes everything.
Recent restoration of this fresco portrays Petra as lush, fertile, and green.
You have grapevines, you have ivy, you have all sorts of food. Look at the birds.
It's
Can you see the birds? This one's flying in.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere on every wall.
Yeah, you can find, look, there's, you know, the birds, the fauna, the flora.
The flutes,
The flutes.
It's that person holding a bow. Looks like this little
Yes,
bow.
yes,
that
that's a
almost looks
bow.
like a little Valentine. For me, up until now, Petra was just sandstone. And then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
there's a whole nother face to it. What I'm looking at isn't a description of a desert. This looks like
Paradise.
it does, right?
Carbon dating places this fresco in the 1st century AD, when some 30,000 people were living in Petra. Transforming their desert city into the lush oasis Her Royal Highness showed me must have required vast water reserves, far greater than those at Sela.
I see all these, they almost look like staircases, but
Yes.
they seem a little too steep on all the...
These would have been water channels. They would have been man-made, carved channels to direct the water during the rainy season. Water harvesting was critical for the Nabateans. They were really good at water engineering. They were able to direct the water, find collection points, keep it in cisterns throughout the rainy season.
These tanks once contained over 10 million gallons of water.
They were master engineers, master traders, fantastic politicians as well. And it was part of why they became such an influential and wealthy civilization.
And this extraordinary civilization went on to attempt the impossible, to turn the mountains and the sand sea that surrounded them into vast tracts of farmland to feed a booming population. New evidence coming from the wind-swept hinterlands beyond Petra is beginning to reveal how they greened the desert. 2,000 years ago, Petra is as big as Beverly Hills, with a population of around 30,000 people. Today, archaeologists Sarah Newman and Felipe Rojas are unearthing intriguing clues that reveal how the surrounding desert fed the people of Petra.
It is baking now.
Yeah.
So this is one of them?
Yeah. What you can see now that's above ground is only about maybe a third of what's actually there. So we excavated sort of behind and in front of it, and it goes down another sort of 2 meters or so.
So it goes 6 feet further down into the ground.
At least, yeah.
At least, yeah.
At some point, this extended from bedrock to bedrock.
This recently discovered wall is around 10 feet high and almost 1,000 feet long. Sarah and Felipe think it's a tiny part of an epic Nabatean water distribution system.
So it's a huge, it's a dam, basically.
Yeah, what used to happen is the water would come through the mountains and be spread out by the terraces.
It's like stone linebackers for rushing water.
Yeah.
But this is not just a flood defense. Slowing the rushing water creates another advantage.
It sort of serves a dual purpose in both kind of slowing the flow of water, but they also catch the sediment that the water is bringing from the mountains all the way down.
So this soil, it wasn't originally here. This was from up there? Is that what you're saying? It got kind of pushed down with time?
Yeah.
It seems like they've figured out how to make nature work for them, right? Because by putting these blocks here, the rainwaters move the earth down here and essentially terraform for them.
These terraces, filled with rich, moist soil, make them perfect for cultivating olives, wheat, fruit trees, and vines. Sarah and Felipe want to know how far the terraces stretch. Using LiDAR to scan the terrain could help uncover new information. For the archaeologists, it's a battle against time. Erosion is destroying the evidence. For us, it's a battle against the elements, with 2 days of flying in over 90-degree heat.
This is the dam that we were at.
So zoom further out, please.
Yep.
Joe.
No problem.
Like, can you see it? Oh, it's this, it's this.
Yeah.
Can you see it from the front, kind of?
Yeah, let's try and look at it in a different way.
Yeah.
Sort of manipulate the light.
Yeah.
You can't see them with the naked eye, so you have to use 3D.
So these are the terraces?
Mm-hmm.
These are ancient terraces?
Yeah, so I mean, you can see there's a bunch of terracing here. Looks like there's some also coming down here. This makes them show up really well. This is great, yeah.
So this is the first time you've seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you see that here, where we've done this scan, it follows a natural riverbed, and it would seem likely that they would do that across all the natural riverbeds across this plateau.
Yeah, so there's terraces all the way up the watershed, there's terraces all the way down, and this is just one watershed. I mean, we know this is kind of a tiny part of the scale of the management around the city of Petra.
I mean, that shows that the site is really well watered.
So what we're seeing here is the reach of that thinking, turning the whole of this landscape into an engineered oasis.
Today, our LiDAR data continues to help Sarah and Felipe discover more and more terraces in the hinterlands of Petra. So far, archaeologists have mapped 32,000 acres of ancient groundworks. 70 cisterns and 28 dams have been uncovered. 8 miles away, snaking their way through the mountains, are channels and catchments that once fed rain and nutrients to Petra. 2,000 years ago, the desert bloomed green through the genius of the Nabateans.
Just can't ever get over the beauty of this place. And to think it was built by people who were just wandering the deserts a few centuries before.
From surviving on barren outcrops, to trading across deserts, to ornate monuments and frescoes, I have witnessed the ingenuity of the Nabateans. It's their mastery of water that allowed them to thrive and ultimately create the ancient wonder that is Petra.
Machu Picchu. Once a vast ceremonial city perched high up in the Andes.
Built in the mid-15th century, it was the crowning glory of a vast Inca empire.
But its origins, they're shrouded in mystery.
The genius that led to the creation of this iconic city started somewhere. Where there is an end, there is also a beginning, and I intend to find it. My name is Albert Lin, and I look at the world in a unique way. I use 21st century technologies to look back into the past.
Check that out, I can actually fly through the secret ancient world.
Lasers that scan deserts, strip away dense jungle canopy, and scour the oceans to uncover the hidden worlds beneath.
We're wading into uncharted waters. That's what a real lost city looks like.
New discoveries in the most awe-inspiring places on Earth.
That's where pixels become reality.
That fill the gaps of our story. Who we are, where we came from, and the wonders we can achieve.
Here we are in the 13th century.
This is carved out of the earth, huh?
This is the new golden age of exploration.
We know their secrets. Machu Picchu. It's up there with Stonehenge, with the pyramids of Giza. It's an incredible feat of engineering, of design, of imagination.
This royal city sits high above the Sacred Valley of Peru, South America. The Inca believed that these mountains were gods. What we see here is the architecture of power. The signature of the Inca is vertical terracing, wide open plazas, grand temples, and ceremonial doorways.
Yeah, it's called a double jam gateway. More classic Inca. You know, at first you kind of take it for granted, but then you look a little bit more in detail and you realize that the carving and the masonry is just unbelievable. This is a separate rock from this rock, and yet they fit perfectly together. You couldn't fit even a razor blade between these two stones. And this was shaped with stone tools. This speaks to the monumental effort and genius of the Inca world. It's a masterpiece. What I'm trying to get to in this journey is how Machu Picchu came to be. It wasn't a spark from nothing. Were those mighty Inca warriors? Are they standing on the shoulders of giants? of earlier civilizations?
Armed with 21st century technology, I'm headed deep into the Andes to find out. Hunting for the origins of Machu Picchu presents an immediate challenge. It's unclear what evidence I should be looking for. Before the Inca, Peru was inhabited by smaller, competing tribes. Maybe finding evidence of these people will point me in the right direction.
Wow, look at those mountains.
Yeah, really, really beautiful, huh?
Archaeologist Tom Hardy studies pre-Inca remains close to the town of Rayayacta, 60 miles southeast of Machu Picchu.
This is a Quechua village?
Yeah, some of the older generation only speaks Quechua. It was the language of the Inca Empire, really.
So when we hear people speaking, we hear the words of the Inca.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hola.
Local legend tells of an ancient site hidden on the hillside. But for those who choose to explore it, there's also a warning.
Mature pat, si nyama istiurna mature, ari mature pat, bastante macho paya. Pero causa siyang ya, jay macho kuna paya kuna, jaya hay kuyuruk tikeka, hasta kura chipusun mal, hasta muerto rapunke. Pero mana niya na ay jangko karnen kukangnya pura wisu jaganya, jay jagaya banyu chico.
Mindful of respecting local traditions and beliefs, we still head towards the hillside.
You see these rocks and this little wall here?
Yeah?
This might be pre-Inca.
Pre-Inca?
Yeah.
So people have been using this road for thousands of years?
Yeah.
Should we go up?
Let's do it.
We're immediately confronted by thick vegetation, with no obvious route up the hill.
Maybe kind of a dead end here.
Yeah, I'm stuck here too.
Damn it.
You all right?
Yeah, that one really got me. Yeah, maybe this isn't the right way to go.
What's that?
Oh, there's a whole skull.
Oh, yeah? Oh, wow, you're right.
Wow.
Looks like a leg bone there, too.
Look at that.
It looks like this person has been buried in a small cave in the rock face.
Well, this probably would have been placed here around 600 to 1,000 years ago.
That means that this grave has been sitting here looking across this view since before the Inca, since before even Machu Picchu existed.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Do you think there's more up there?
Yeah, probably.
The grave proves that the pre-Inca visited this hill. But did they live up here? It's tough to imagine.
These spikes are like razor blades. It's a good thing I have a impenetrable metal leg. I have a thorn right in my crotch. I can't move. Oh, look at that one.
Oh,
that was right where you don't want it to be. Okay, maybe that's not where we should go. We're not even a quarter of the way up the mountainside.
It's just so hard to get around. And this is near vertical, and there's just thorns and cacti everywhere.
They're tearing me up right now.
Village elder Faustina talked of homes of ancient people. But so far, all we've discovered are small walls in a rock tomb, and we're struggling to get any further up the hillside. Time for my technology to cut through the cactus.
This is Albert to Joe and Duncan. Do you copy?
We're
And there we go, live feeds
Okay,
in.
look at that. So what we're gonna do right now is scan up along the whole top of the mountain and look for specific structures.
Get a better sense of what we're looking for. Yeah, that's a good idea.
And also, any older path that might allow us to access the top of the site.
We're looking for any trace of pre-Inca buildings.
Oh, now, look at that. Now that looks like a structure to me, for sure.
Yeah, it looks like maybe 2 or 3 of these little structures in a row on the ridgeline.
Yeah, right there, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a little neighborhood on the side of a mountain. It's amazing. Maybe what we should do is map out the sections where we're seeing the most anomalies and then fly the LiDAR in a section grid.
Yep.
It looks like the main target areas are right over on this edge of the ridge line.
We should be able to get a good set of material there.
Hopefully from that, the LiDAR data is going to delete all these thorns digitally. It's going to reveal stuff that you really can't see just beneath the surface of all that growth. Some specific anomalies that we can go and try to ground truth.
Yeah, cool. I am genuinely excited to see what's on that hill.
We've discovered bones in a cave near Rayayacta. But thick vegetation and razor-sharp cacti prevent us from exploring the hillside further. So we're using LiDAR to strip away the vegetation digitally.
What I'm really trying to find is evidence of things that came before the Inca. How does a place like Machu Picchu appear?
We blitzed the site with everything we have, so I think we've got plenty to show you.
From the basics, what was collected?
So here we have the 3D model with the vegetation. Now let's turn it off, and then we'll see what's underneath.
Moment of truth. Look at that. Wow, it looks like a whole city up there, doesn't it?
Oh, wow. That really reveals so much.
Look, there's more. All over the top of this mountain, there's these little features. These terraces, it almost looks like a bunch of little buildings.
Yeah, some of them are probably terraces with buildings on top of them. There's definitely some bigger structures there.
So what I think we should do is we're obviously going to have to ground truth all of this if we can get there, but maybe follow these semi-trails on the way up and then try to bushwhack into some of these other sites over here.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
That might be a way up.
We return to the hillside and the intense undergrowth to look for actual evidence of anything pre-Inca.
It's a good thing we have machetes this time.
Yeah. Hope they help. Still pretty thick.
So we're right here. We're gonna make our way up the ridge, over to the top, see if we can find any of these anomalies.
But this part's gonna be a little sticky. So careful here, some of these rocks move a little bit.
Oh! Oh! You all right?
I'm all right. I just fell into a hole.
Let's go see if we can find these features over here.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff in front of us.
Yeah. I thought the jungles are bad. This is way worse. What are those?
Chulpas. These would have been houses for the dead.
Oh yeah, look at that. So these are tombs?
Yeah. Check that out. It's a really well-preserved one.
Oh, look at this. Anything in there?
No, most of them are gonna be empty at this point. This one's almost definitely pre-Inca.
This is pre-Inca. How do you know?
These chulpas, they start in the pre-Inca period around 1000 AD. They built these circular ones, small little spaces.
So this is actually almost like a village for the dead.
Legend claims an ancient site is hidden on the hillside. Here's our first evidence of pre-Inca buildings.
Would there have been mummies in here?
Yeah, probably. Mummified ancestors, oftentimes they were built with platforms in front. People could come, they could bring the bodies out. That's why they're open doors, right? So they can access them. They would commune with the ancestors, they'd feed them and drink with them. Death was not the end for people in the Andes.
But it looks like there's these rectangular, much larger structures just that way.
Yeah.
See if we can find those.
Okay, cool. Can you see right there?
Oh, look at that.
And a couple of structures here. Wow. So we got that square chulpa there. And we got this little guy, and then we got the much bigger one over there.
Yeah, right here.
Those are the things you pointed out. So that chulpa, I think, is pre-Inca. These square structures and rectangular structures, I think, are Inca.
Really?
Yeah.
The Inca are building right next to the dead of those who came before.
Yep.
Oh, wow. All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Man.
Wow, look at that. There's all those chulpas right there, all along the ridge.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They might even continue more.
This whole mountain is just chocked full of them. We got the City of the Dead.
Those ones up on the top of the ridge are all Inca. They're all square chulpas.
Why would they build right next to the old chulpas that came from a time before, but not destroy them?
Well, destroying them isn't the point. They're trying to appropriate them. They're making a political statement with this sort of religious practice.
I'm starting to understand. The Inca came, they saw this place, they saw people leaving their mark here, and they said, we're gonna leave our mark here as well, but bigger and higher.
Yeah, pretty much. They're saying, now our ancestors are here, and they're above yours. We still respect yours, but ours are more important.
The Inca were essentially saying, we are here and this is ours now.
The Inca seem to have brought the ancestors of other tribes into their culture.
These tombs were here before the Inca, but they didn't destroy them.
Maybe they incorporated them into their belief system. We found the dead. Now, where were the living?
The search for the origins of Machu Picchu is complex. We do know that religion was at the heart of Inca life. So I'm investigating the roots of their belief system in pursuit of another clue.
I'm using a document from the Spanish Chronicles describing the cult of the Huitzilopochtli. It's a creator god that dates actually even back before the time of the Inca. It's one of the earliest documents that we have describing what was happening here. Huitzilopochtli came to a province called Cacha, and the indigenous community showed up armed, ready to fight. And when he saw that, he punished them. Huitzilopochtli instantly caused fire to fall from heaven. My understanding of a lot of origin stories is that maybe they could have come from observations of events, geological events, natural events, like, for example, a meteor falling from the sky. So now I just need to look for something that might inspire a story of fire falling from the heavens.
Okay, so check this out. This is the Earth from above, from space. It's satellite imagery. Now this is Machu Picchu. Right here. So let's look around the region. What is that? Well, that looks like a volcano to me. Look at that. You see the crater? And it looks like there's stuff built all around it. Are these ancient? So there's a village somewhere around here that's maybe part of this story.
Perhaps the key to unlocking the origins of Machu Picchu rests in a belief system hidden amongst the lava flow. Kinsachata volcano last erupted only a few thousand years ago.
This is pumice, volcanic rock.
I head for the summit with Peruvian archaeologist Amelia Perez Trujillo. We follow the flow of lava. We're meeting my LiDAR team at the top. I'm looking for evidence that this was a sacred site for people who were here before the Inca.
You guys ready to fly?
Just about, yeah.
Okay. Props up. These are all chupas. Right here, just over that edge there. Look at that.
Esas son las tres chulpas pre-incas que acceden al volcán.
These suggest that people were burying their ancestors close to a godlike event.
Acá la gente venía, primero culto a lo que es el volcán y segundo, hacían sus ofrendas. Es un sitio ritual, es un sitio de importancia dentro de su ideología pre-inca.
You can imagine that when it erupted, it must have sent wonder, awe, just disbelief into the minds of the people all around it.
Sí, todo ha botado el material hacia...
All the material went that way, towards the city.
Exactamente, hasta la parte de abajo.
Incredible.
The lava stretches for over a mile. At its base is a small town called Rakchi. These must be the man-made structures that I could see on the satellite imagery.
La gente que venía en peregrinaje en determinadas épocas acá, se quedaban en estos espacios.
This whole area, all of these were homes of people that existed hundreds of years before the Inca.
Sí.
And they built their homes next to a volcano. Amazing.
But pre-Inca pilgrims weren't the only ones to have left their mark here.
Wow. It's incredible.
Es impresionante, ¿no? Esta es una construcción inca, pero está construido sobre un espacio ritual de la época pre-inca. Es la construcción más grande y más alta durante la época inca.
Amazing. What was it for?
Es el templo de Viracocha.
The Temple of Huiracocha.
Viracocha.
I have a document that I found from the Spanish Chronicles.
Sí.
It says, when the Inca ruler passed by this area, he saw the shrine of Viracocha. The people told him the miracle of fire that fell from the sky. He decided that the remembrance should be greater and ordered the erection of a large building. This was done, and there was no larger building in the lands of the Inca. It kind of sends shivers up your spine when you read something that was written, you know, in 1557,
Sí.
and you're standing here looking at it, still standing today.
Viracocha era uno de sus dioses principales, un ídolo en la época pre-inca al cual rendían culto. Era prácticamente, le llamaban el hacedor, el salvador.
There seems to be a pattern emerging. The Inca incorporate aspects of earlier belief systems and make them theirs by building bigger and better. This is architecture of power, just like at Machu Picchu.
It seems like we're piecing together a detective story, and it's all adding up.
Neither the pre-Inca City of the Dead nor the City of Worship look like Machu Picchu. I'm headed to an Inca site that's both older and higher in altitude than Machu Picchu. Perhaps there, I'll find a city of the living.
Oh, it's my cavallo. Hello. We're headed to that peak. At 13,000 feet of elevation, it's gonna be a trek. I've got a lot of gear.
The Inca buildings at Huata are around 100 years older and at an altitude 5,000 feet higher than Machu Picchu. Tom Hardy and Peruvian archaeologist Aranchoque Arce are joining me.
There's horse poop everywhere.
Low-tech transport empowers high-tech gear. To help us reveal why the Inca built and ruled here, Huata is more than twice the height of Mount Rushmore. The air is thin, and the going is tough.
We're already at 11,600 feet of elevation. We got a ways to go. A steep drop right off here.
About 1,000 feet from the top, imposing Inca walls loom into view. The structure feels familiar.
Wow! Look at this place. How could they build in such an intense environment? You have to be born with super lungs.
Well, like I done, when you're born here and you're raised here, it's easier to move around, right?
I think it was easier for me.
The hardest part for him was waiting for us.
Oh, wow.
What it means in the local language, an island.
An island?
Yes.
An island in the sky.
Really is a pretty impressive view from up here, isn't it?
Huh. Look at this. These look just like the double jam doors I saw at Machu Picchu.
Yeah, these are Inca symbols. They demarcate very special, important places. Only specific people would have been allowed to come through here.
So the whole top of the mountain's encircled by a wall with these double jam doors. That means that it's maybe spiritual.
They're definitely restricting access to this place.
Amazing.
It's a promising start to our expedition.
The Inca came, put this wall up here. They transformed the site, made it into an Inca place.
So this was all here before the Inca even showed up?
Part of it. A lot of this is Inca construction on top of the earlier settlements.
We know from Machu Picchu and the City of the Dead at Rayayacta that the Inca built high to assert their authority. And this place is high. more than 1.5 times higher than Machu Picchu.
Look at this. This is the top. Look at this view.
This is pretty impressive.
Why would they build something like this high up in the mountains?
Well, we have some ideas based on the relationship of the landscape.
I think people living here thought that they came from the mountains, and the mountains was their ancestors.
The mountains being the ancestors, the actual mountain being a being that humans were born from. Is that correct?
Like a person, it was their father, their ancestor, their grandfather.
They become these objects of sacred veneration and respect.
Not only to the Inca, but to the people even before the Inca then?
Probably, yeah.
We're standing here on a mountaintop, just like Machu Picchu was on a mountaintop. Yet, unlike Machu Picchu, there might be evidence of activity here before the Inca.
Mm-hmm.
So what if we take our technology and try to scan the entire mountaintop, really make every little piece of evidence of that existence pop back out to life?
Mm-hmm. I think we should try.
As the sun sets across Huata, it's easy to see why these mountains were once considered so sacred.
It's about 6 in the morning. The sun just crested over the ridge there. It's providing us a lot of warmth that we need. A cold front hit us last night. It was brutal. Dropped about -7 degrees. Look, everything's frozen. You've got hot water bottles warming up the batteries because they're just too cold to work right now. But there was no moon, so the stars last night. Unreal. We've got a long day in front of us. So we're gonna get a crack on it.
The mountain has been surveyed before, but this will be the first time it's ever been scanned using LiDAR. We hope to uncover new finds, both Inca and pre-Inca.
How does this look for a base to set up?
Precarious.
Yeah, let's just be really careful about the edge here.
It's certainly good for LiDAR. I mean, look at the view off there. You're looking straight down onto rock outcrops and bits of masonry already.
Look at those edges. It just falls off into nothingness, huh?
It's going to have to be so careful with the flights and stuff.
We have never used our drone-based LiDAR at an altitude of 13,000 feet before.
And you get thin air up here too, right?
Totally.
So it's trickier flying.
Super tricky. I mean, we've got the high altitude props on there, which help, but still, if you lose the drone, it's a sheer drop.
Hopefully, with this survey, we can delete all of that grass and see what's really there, what's hidden beneath that veil.
Heads up.
Our drone survives the extreme altitude, and data processing gets underway. As darkness falls on Wata, the results are in.
So this is all of the aerial LiDAR combined. This is with the vegetation on. So this is the point cloud as captured, basically.
Yeah. Then let's delete it. Ready? Wow, look at that.
Yeah. Wow, es impresionante, wow. Increíble.
It looks like the whole range has been carved.
That's really cool.
The LiDAR reveals signature Inca terracing.
This area here, you think, is mostly augmented by the Inca, is that right?
Yeah.
So, in the most simple terms, what are we looking for, feature-wise, that might be from before the Inca?
The most basic signature that we would be looking for would be the foundations of circular structures. And these could appear quite obviously, but they also could be a little more sort of destroyed or moved around by vegetation growing through the stones.
Do you think we can actually use the machine learning and computer vision algorithm to look for circular features?
Yeah, definitely. We can highlight the features based on a few different elements.
How long will that take?
I should be able to spin something up for you right now.
I knew you would. Look at that.
There we go.
What is that?
That could be one of them. Yeah, it looks like it's on a bit of a terrace.
Does that look to you like something pre-Inca?
I think so.
I didn't see any of this today. I couldn't have seen any of these features from walking the ground. So if you can spot out any details that might look possibly pre-Inca, then we should go there tomorrow. We'll just geotag them and we'll go there with the GPS and find all of them.
I think it helped us a lot to archaeologists to find where the structures are.
Great work. Good job, guys.
The first ever LiDAR survey of Wata has revealed intriguing features, and they need ground truthing.
And it should be right somewhere over here on this edge.
I think I can see some stones there. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, right there. You see the rocks?
Yeah, right up ahead.
It's got to be it.
We're searching for the circular structures revealed by the LiDAR.
There's bits of pottery everywhere.
Look at this. It seems to be a snake.
That's not an Inca thing. Probably, what, about 1100 to 1300 AD, somewhere in between there.
Pre-Inca pottery. That's a good sign. Incredible. And it's just lying here, right in the dirt.
Well, that's why ceramics are so useful for us. They're the plastics of the ancient world. They last forever.
Well, that one fits.
That one fits. There you go. Yeah, I'm guessing that would have been maybe the neck of like a really big vessel, but it's hard to see.
A pre-Inca snake looking back at us. Maybe 1,000 years after it was used. Unbelievable. Okay, let's keep going.
The LiDAR results seem to be taking us in the right direction.
Is it circular?
Yes.
Wow, look at this.
It could be pre-Inca, but we need to look.
Well, what we're trying to find is anything that tells us what happened here. What would it have been for? It's like a well or something, or storage?
It could be storage.
I don't know, you're like the ceramics whisperer. You find stuff everywhere. Do you think you can find
Okay,
anything?
we'll look for some.
Looks like there's bits of ceramic all right back down there.
That is so. Oh, here we go. Looking at the fabric and looking how eroded and soft it is, I would guess it must be pre-Inca because the Inca stuff is really well fired. It's really hard. It endures very well.
Well, let's see if we can find more. There's more points on the data.
Yeah, let's do it.
We zero in on a large terraced area.
Oh, this looks like one of the circular pits.
Yeah. This is probably an opening, so this could have been an entry point here, and it would have been built up above it.
Look at that right there. What's that? Is that a piece of pottery?
It's of cooking pot.
It's like the burnt up, banged up metal pot you find in your mom's house, yeah.
Wow. So food was cooked here. You can almost smell it. When do you think it came from?
I think it could be before the Inca.
This is pre-Inca?
This is pre-Inca, yep.
I think it was a house for a family.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So could this be the residential area for this entire site?
This certainly suggests that might be the case for the pre-Inca period.
Just on the other side of what looks like a plaza are some square buildings that appear to have been built later.
Look at that. So this is Inca?
Yes, definitely.
You could literally set up shop anywhere. Why would they build this here, right on top of the prior?
Before the Inca, it was a public place, public space. The Inca came and interacted with the pre-Inca.
Well, the Inca would have been hosting people here, bringing in people to make them feel part of the community with food and drink, suggesting this area was an important place for those sorts of events going all the way back to the very beginnings of this site.
So the Inca came here, they saw people living here, and somehow they decided this is where they needed to establish their own world.
Mm-hmm. I imagine that people would be sitting around this plaza and maybe a group of people were dancing in the middle.
This would have helped create these community bonds, but also bonds of hierarchy and reciprocity. That in return, we will help you build your empire and operate as people as part of the Inca state.
It's as if the Inca, they came, they saw people living here, and they incorporated their beliefs, but in a much larger scale, and they completely modified the top of this mountain. So when they were building Machu Picchu, they would have known about this place.
Yeah, a lot of the things we see here, the way that the mountainside is completely terraced, all of that is very similar to what we see at Machu Picchu. It's not like they were practicing here, but by the time they got to Machu Picchu, they'd worked out how to do it well.
Wow. Well, now that the sun is setting, what do they call the sun?
Inti.
Thank you, Inti, for an incredible day. There's a belief system that I've learned that threads through time here. A belief that people come from the mountains, people come from nature. Through time, that belief has evolved into the architecture that you see today. Here at Wada. It's an island in the sky.
For the first time, LiDAR data reveals the complete picture of the monumental scale of Huata and the efforts of human hands that carved this mountain. Once a pre-Inca ancient mountaintop town. Imagine this transformed by the Inca. Imposing residential areas, ceremonial plazas, and grand terracing. This is the city of the living I have been searching for.
There's been layer upon layer of experimentation. A prototype for what you'd see later. Because just over the mountain, on the other side of that white cap, is actually an infusion of ideas and beliefs through generations and through civilizations. Machu Picchu. Travel through life knowing that somehow you're connected to a deeper story, to a longer human journey.
A journey that would find its way here thousands of years ago at the dawn of civilization. Stonehenge represents a crowning achievement for our ancient ancestors. But why did they build it here, Why choose this place? I'm here to uncover the answer. My name is Albert Lin, and I look at the world in a unique way. I use 21st century technologies to look back into our past.
Check that out. I can actually fly through the secret ancient world.
Lasers that scan deserts, strip away dense jungle canopy, and scour the oceans to uncover the hidden worlds beneath.
We're wading into uncharted waters. Now I have the military helping me find lost cities.
New discoveries in the most awe-inspiring places on Earth.
That's where pixels become reality.
That fill the gaps in our story. Who we are, where we came from, and the wonders we can achieve.
Here we are in the 13th century.
This is carved out of the earth, huh?
This is the new golden age of exploration.
We know their secrets.
I'm a scientist, but some places can only be described as magical.
It's so beautiful. I've dreamed of being here. There's very few places in the world that make you feel so humbled. These rocks, these crazy rocks. Woo! They tell a story of us. You know, doesn't matter where you came from, what time you were born in. They represent something so deep inside us. Imagination, belief. They symbolize what it means to be a human.
5,000 years ago, deep in the heart of southern England, settlers from mainland Europe built this magnificent structure. Building this monument cost time, labor, probably lives. But what was it about this place that made it so special? My hunt for answers begins just a mile or two away, where there are secrets that long predate Stonehenge to be found in the shadows of an old forest.
This place is called Blick Mead, and it's full of ancient history. There's a site of a 1,000-year-old abbey just over there. And up this hill, there's the remains of a 2,000 to 3,000-year-old hill fortress. But the really ancient secrets are right over here.
This spring-fed lagoon stays at a pretty constant temperature of 52 degrees, even in winter when the weather's below freezing. It could easily function as a reliable watering hole throughout the year. But 8,000 years ago, people in Britain lived as hunter-gatherers. Nomads who lived in small family groups, always on the move, foraging for food. All good stories start at the beginning. I'm on the hunt for evidence that people did visit this area 3,000 years before Stonehenge was built. Uncovering secrets from the prehistoric is almost impossible. But archaeologist David Jakes has made it his life's work to do just that.
What is this?
Well, this is an axe, probably used for clearing woodland. I mean, this is a real prestige thing. This would be like a Series 7 BMW. An axe like that, really high status. Plus, ergonomically, it's lovely. It's for a right-handed person. Are you right-handed?
I am, yeah.
Right, well, just put that in your hands.
Oh, look at that. Perfectly designed.
Right, it is. It's like an ergonomic dream, and it's got real friction point at the base to help you give a really strong piece of purchase.
It's not just the tools that are remarkable. It's the number that they've found.
We've got tens of thousands of stone tools from a period of time where you hardly find 5 or 6.
Tens of thousands.
Right. Well, some of them are tiny, some of them are big like these ones. The numbers that we've got here are the biggest by far in Western Europe. In terms of the amount of tools, in terms of the density, they're the biggest densities for the whole of Europe.
What we have here is thousands and thousands of tools, all in a tiny little area. That means that they came here for some reason. Could this have been the blueprint of one of the very first cities? I gotta find out more.
Prehistoric settlements were nearly always built next to water.
It's a source of life. So if you follow the water, you find the life.
The river here, it feels too small to sustain an entire hunter-gatherer city. But this is where technology can help. A satellite image of Blickmead shows an area dense with trees. Using an image created by LiDAR sensors, which shoot up to 1 million precision laser beams per second, can reveal what lies underneath. Here's where the river currently is. The LiDAR data shows it sits within a huge floodplain.
This is awesome. It looks like, based off of this data, that there should have been a huge river that would have run right next to Blickmead.
We know hunter-gatherers used boats for transportation. Rivers were like their highways.
To get the full picture of what was going on here, we really need more evidence than just stone tools.
If there was a lost city at Blickmead, it would have been built with timber that rotted away long ago. But if we follow the path of that ancient, huge river far enough, it could be a different story. The journey takes me 30 miles south and across what is now a shallow sea.
This is the Isle of Wight. It's a small island just beyond the main shores of England. But I've come here for a very specific reason. There's an incredible sight just in the waters beneath these cliffs.
Maritime archaeologist Gary Momber has been exploring these waters for 20 years. The English Channel is a notoriously difficult place to dive. Meticulous preparations are vital.
Visibility isn't great, so be careful. We'll buddy up together, and I'll take you to the bottom of the shop line, see the seabed, and then I'll take you to the site.
Go! 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 Throw away!
With powerful tides and cold water, conditions are treacherous. But at the bottom of this line lies a treasure trove from another age.
Wow, it's so murky down here. You can hardly see more than a few feet. Is that a tree? There's a tree down here. Wow.
8,000 years ago, sea levels were lower and the seabed was dry land. The wood has survived underwater for millennia.
This is incredible down here.
The trees are all part of a preserved hunter-gatherer landscape. It's a struggle against the current to get to the main site.
Wow. Maybe some kind of structure. Oh man. It looks like layers of wood just poking out of the silt. It feels like you're sitting in an ancient ghost town, but underwater.
We take some samples to get a better idea of what this is back on the boat.
That was incredible. Looks like there's a whole platform down there. It's layered one piece on top of the other, almost like a dock. Unbelievable. Oh, it's cold down there and murky. But it's incredible. You know, you descend down this line, and out of the darkness comes the ancient past. Look at that. Now, you can see here how this piece of wood could be locked in time in the ocean. How does that happen where it doesn't decay?
Well, what's happened with this is that as the sea level's risen above it, it's covered in it with this silt, and it's taken away all the oxygen, and it just preserved it in this sort of anaerobic, oxygen-free environment, and it would have stayed there for many more thousand years. But recently, the old landscape's eroding away, which is how we found this.
What is that?
This little piece.
Yeah, what is that?
Well, that little piece, that stretches back. It was a little bit broken there, and there's a peg that comes back over the next piece. It looks like it's just to help fix the thing in place. It's composite structures like this. It is of international significance. It's 8,000 years old. You don't just get this every day.
Can you describe to me the scene that this would have existed within?
This was next to a stream, and we know it was a bit of a wetland, so it could have been a nice support, could have been a platform, could have been a pontoon. We don't know yet. We don't know because there's nothing else like it in the country.
Wow.
And it was somewhere where we found what we believe to be the oldest boat building site in the world, where they would have built a canoe, a logboat. So that's what they would have sailed.
And from here, they could have sailed up the hunter-gatherer highway all the way to Blickmead.
So I'm looking for the lost city of Stonehenge. And I know now that boats were incredibly important to hunter-gatherers. They used them for transportation. And this spring, it was right on the banks of a huge river at one point. Could have been a key destination on a sort of a hunter-gatherer highway.
David Jakes has uncovered something that will tell us more.
What is this?
That's a dog's tooth. It's around 6,000 years old.
This is a 6,000-year-old dog.
In fact, yeah, 6,000 to 7,000-year-old, I should say. And this is a domestic dog. So it's been bred as a domestic dog to be people's pets. It would have looked like an Alsatian, so it's quite wolf-like, quite big. Yeah, I know.
You're kidding me.
This dog came a hell of a way to get to this area.
So how can you tell where this came from?
Well, the enamel on the tooth is the thing that gives us all the clues, because it shows where this dog was drinking water when it was a puppy. And so we know that it was drinking water in a place that was quite a bit colder than where we are now. And the sort of places that corresponds with maybe places quite a distance to the north, maybe 300 miles north, possibly eastern England as well. So it's come a really long distance.
Hunter-gatherers and their dogs traveled hundreds of miles to come here. that suggests that Blick Mead was a place of great importance for thousands of years before Stonehenge was even built. But it doesn't tell us why.
To get actual answers about any connection to Stonehenge, we're gonna have to get to the ground truth. So this team of archaeologists, they're gonna excavate. But first, they need to know where to look, and that's where the tech comes in.
So far, most of the flint tools have been found in boggy ground near the spring. Ground-penetrating radar, or GPR, gives us a clearer picture of where to dig next.
Pull it up here. Look at that.
Oh, this is really exciting. So what we've got here is some sort of a surface, but look, it's going off either end of the chart. That's 30 feet long and still going on either side.
The GPR data suggests a surface, a long flat structure from thousands of years ago, could be hidden deep underground.
This is some kind of different material placed here, is what you're thinking?
Yes, yes, and it's giving a very high resistance signal, so it'd be something like stone. You're seeing a ghost of an important structure here that, you know, potentially people haven't seen with their eyes for thousands of years. Now, if this is a stone surface, and if it's a hunter-gatherer surface, that would make it unique for the whole of Europe.
The team get to work.
This is right where the GPR was showing that signal, isn't it?
Bang on. Absolutely bang on.
The dig has uncovered a small section from a carpet of stones, stretching out across 30 feet. David believes that each one of these stones was carefully and painstakingly placed here by hand, thousands of years ago.
But this is clearly a laid surface. If you're looking at the size of the stones, these have been sorted and selected and chosen. So these have been put in deliberately. It's like a dream come true to pick up on something like this. I mean, as an archaeologist, you see something like this would be normally like a medieval street. But in fact, we've got hunter-gatherer material all over it.
Look at this.
Yeah. I
This
mean,
is actually a blade, isn't it?
It is. Would you like to really carefully, trust you, very, very, very delicately, to see what it looks like on the other side? Oh yes, look, that's a lovely little knife blade.
Wow, look at that.
So you are the first person that will have held that in possibly 8,000 years. Run your finger along the edge.
It's still razor sharp.
Right, it's not moved.
This was created by another human being.
Yeah, there's a person behind that, someone who made that.
And it's not just this one blade. Hidden amongst the stones are hundreds of flint tools.
What happened here? Why would they lay all of these little bits of flint down here like this?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, why are you putting completely good, brand new tools along with other stones? So these have been put in deliberately. I don't think it's all about the practical, that surface. If it was, we'd expect it to be maybe made of something like wood, which would be quicker to access, faster to lay down. And I think that the surface is a focal point for worship.
If he's right, nothing like this has ever been discovered from the time of hunter-gatherers. A sacred surface that predates Stonehenge by 2,000 years. And significantly, the stones were placed to run alongside the water's edge.
The hunter-gatherers. They might have thought this was a sacred place. You know? I mean, even the rocks seem magical. I pulled this flint out of the water earlier, and look what happened when it dried. It turned pink.
It's a natural phenomenon caused by a rare species of algae that likes the constant temperature of the spring. The sacred surface and pink flints may have given this place a mystical quality, perhaps one that people would travel hundreds of miles to get to. To make sense of what we've found, I'm headed north to a land where the sun never sleeps. I'm in Finnmark, in northern Norway, deep in the Arctic Circle. The hunter-gatherers who lived here traveled by boat. And what they left behind was far more than flint tools. This landscape is littered with traces of our shared human story. But you have to know where to look. I'm on the trail of something that could unlock the mystery of the sacred stone surface found at Blickmead.
It's past midnight. But I'm so far north that this time of year, the sun literally never sets.
I'm here in the middle of the night for a reason. Carved into the rock by ancient artists is an intimate record of hunter-gatherer life.
This is incredible.
At any other time of day, these carvings are almost invisible. But under the low midnight sun, they come to life. Experts have carefully colored some of the carvings to make them easier to interpret.
If you look at this, you can actually see it as a landscape. You could try to envisage the whole thing as their lived world.
Archaeologist Jan Magna has spent 10 years decoding this ancient enigma.
Recent research shows that some of these panels have so many references to what could be geographical fixed points, like real points in the landscape. So when you then look at the whole panel in one, it looks like this could be sort of like a Stone Age Google Maps for the people living here.
What are these dots?
The dots are bear tracks, so you can actually... Yeah.
That's awesome. Wow.
The bear comes out of the den in springtime, and you could follow it over to this area here, where they're actually hunting the bear. And this is a bear mother with 2 cubs.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It is.
These 7,000-year-old carvings help us understand the spiritual significance of animals to our ancient ancestors.
They didn't separate the real from the imaginary. They didn't separate the functional from the religious or the spiritual. It was all intertwined in one. If you look at these 2 reindeers, you can actually see reindeers here.
These right here?
Yeah, the reindeer here. You can actually see the reindeer is running and then turning into a human person, flying over the landscape, changing and shaping a little bit differently. And here you actually see how it's been shot by
a hunter. Right there.
So it shoots the human, then it falls over and dies here, becoming small again, turning into a reindeer.
You're kidding me. This is their religion, basically.
Yeah. Somehow it looks like we are all animals, and it looks like the origin of us is animal. And I don't think they separated much between human and animal when it comes to the worldview and the life of hunter-gatherers like this, because they're all intertwined. We take the shape of a bear, we take the shape of a reindeer, you have people transforming into different bears, and they become the animal.
It's incredible. Where I'm standing right now, if you close your eyes, you can almost imagine a time 7,000 years ago where you would have seen hunter-gatherer settlements all around. And the amount of rock art found just around here is staggering. And what you see on those rocks is a window into how these people lived, even what they believed.
And at the heart of it all are the reindeer they hunted and held sacred. But were animals also sacred to the people of Blickmead? The rock art in Norway shows that reindeer were central to the hunter-gatherers' spiritual beliefs.
This is incredible.
But a discovery made at Blickmead suggests that in Britain, animals also played a vital role.
Look at this.
So we got some bones here. Actually, they're from pretty much where we're standing, about 2 meters below where we're standing. And these are from these supersized cows called aurochs. They're about 3 times the size of a domestic cow now.
Look at this.
Yep. And these things are running about 35 miles an hour, ferocious, you know, super bright. They can take you out like that if you're trying to hunt them. You have to be really clever to get them. So the group of people who are living here are real smart operators. We know that one of these things, a male bull, would have fed 300 people.
Is this a cut mark from... This is something else.
No, you've got it. That's a cut mark, and people have snapped the bone over like that.
You're kidding me? This is actually from the hunter-gatherers?
Yeah. And they've got the marrow out there, and they may have just drunk that marrow back first.
I want to find out more about the aurochs. You know, they would have been right at the heart of the lives of the people at Blickmead. Look at the big bull right in the front. I don't want to get too close because we don't know how aggressive they are.
Aurochs are extinct, but these are the next best thing. Heck cattle. They were bred in an attempt to bring back the aurochs. And like them, they're wild, unpredictable, and dangerous. These are mighty creatures. But true aurochs were much larger. The biggest of them would have weighed as much as 3,000 pounds. That's nearly twice as much as a bison. To bring one down, hunter-gatherers would have had to use every trick in the book. Diedrich Palmstra has devoted decades to studying and living the hunter-gatherer way of life. He knows that when it comes to hunting aurochs, their weapon of choice was not made of stone, but wood.
This is elmwood?
It's elmwood, yeah. You built this? I made this with stone tools, yeah. Wow, look at that. This bow is based off of your understanding of what the hunter-gatherer might have used, but I still can't imagine something like this taking down an aurochs.
I mean, they're huge, right? So I think we have very little chance of killing one with one shot.
The hunting techniques of hunter-gatherers may have been lost in the mists of time, but their art is full of clues.
People were waiting, shot in the chest first, they started running, shot from the side, shot from the back again, so get as many arrows into an animal as you can. Increasing, of course, blood loss, hemorrhage, and the animal dying pretty quickly. That was the plan. And if they didn't die, then you should trail them, find them, and shoot again.
We know that hunter-gatherers killed aurochs, so their weapons must have been formidable. Making an arrow shows just how sophisticated these prehistoric people were. First, you have to find straight pieces of wood of the right size.
Hazel is pretty hard wood, and it likes to grow straight.
Then, you have to scrape off the bark, straighten and dry it. Choose some dried sinew to make a kind of sticky string. And then the really important bit.
Wow. And that's really sharp. I bet that will shave.
Look at that.
A shard of flint for an arrowhead.
This is a razor.
It's a razor blade, yeah.
Flint blades like this have edges so thin that they're hundreds of times sharper than a steel scalpel.
Not good, huh?
Then it's goose feathers for the arrow flights. And finally, a neat trick. Sometimes they placed extra flint blades along the shaft of the arrow.
This is our aurochs. This is ballistic gel. They use it for testing ammunition.
Ballistic gel is designed to simulate animal muscle. It's the most reliable way to test if our arrow could penetrate deep enough to down an aurochs.
Yeah, good shot.
That's awesome.
It's a devastating blow, easily deep enough to hit a vital organ. And the flint blades on the side of the arrow, they've done their work too.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it slices all the way through. Yeah, that would be the microlith on the side.
That must do a lot of damage. Is that, I guess, how they would cut through the arteries, right?
Yeah, just cause massive bleeding, I think.
The hunter-gatherers in Norway had reindeer. In Britain, they had aurochs. Was there something unique about the landscape around Stonehenge that brought them here?
Every little chip on this flint was made with intention by another human being, some 7,000 years ago. Rooted in these stones is this deep ancestral story of ours, our collective story, you know? People came here from all over this area to this watering hole to exchange ideas, to feast together, to build things together. And from that spawned the world that we know today.
The excavation team have found hundreds of aurochs bones at Blickmead. This suggests that aurochs lived here in large numbers. But what's puzzling is aurochs were grazing animals who needed open fields. And in the time of the hunter-gatherers, England was covered in forest.
Maybe there's something different about the landscape at Stonehenge.
This is a mystery that technology can solve. But first, there's grunt work to be done.
Dab it in. There we go. 1, 2, 3.
In it goes, all the way. That's it, keep going.
And now we rotate it.
This is harder than it looks, but it's worth it.
That's it. Keep going.
Because we're literally going back in time.
That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Land gets covered over year after year.
That's the worst thing, that stuff in
So
the
a
hole.
sample from 30 inches down should be around 8,000 years old. A microscope will uncover any clues this sample might contain.
In most parts of the country, we find dense woodland.
Professor Tony Brown is an expert at deciphering these samples.
These aren't easy sediment.
He's looking for traces of pollen. If this was woodland, we'd expect to find tree pollen. But that's not what Tony sees.
So this is ancient pollen.
Yeah, so this is that pollen, that grain there is around about 8,000 years old, and it's a dandelion. All right, and as you'll know, dandelions don't grow in woodlands, they grow in open areas, normally today in areas that were grazed.
And then Tony finds something even more compelling.
What we have here are spores from fungi. So these are mushrooms that grow on the dung of animals, and in particular on the dung of large herbivores. And we only have one type of herbivore here that's large enough to have these spores on it, and that's the aurochs.
So, aurochs did live here, along with the hunter-gatherers who feasted on them and held them sacred.
It's clear now that Blickmead was an important place for the early humans that roamed Europe. You know, maybe even one of the first manifestations of a human city. Makes sense. A river for transport, for fish, a landscape perfect for hunting big game. But what's still eluding me is the connection to the people that would later build Stonehenge.
In the 1920s, archaeologists dug up a giant circular ditch that surrounds Stonehenge. And what they found could be the link I've been looking for.
Stonehenge has been about 50% excavated, but from excavations about 100 years ago now, actually, in the ditch that goes around the outside of the stone circle, animal bones were found, and some of those have been identified as aurochs.
Really?
And some of them were actually placed deliberately in the ditch, and we think that might have been symbolic to the people that dug them.
Augmented reality technology can help us visualize what this might have looked like.
Look at that, right there. Buried right here, it was an auroch skull. It's incredible. And you follow it around, a jawbone right there.
The aurochs bones, placed on either side of the southern entrance to Stonehenge, seem to form a sacred gateway.
It's clear. The aurochs was an important symbol here.
These massive, ancient beasts could be the link I've been searching for between Stonehenge and Blickmead. Aurochs were sacred to the people who built Stonehenge, and to the people of Blickmead, who preceded them by 3,000 years. I thought Blickmead had given up all of its secrets, but the dig has revealed something extraordinary. The archaeologists have painstakingly removed a section of the stone surface, and underneath was something never seen before.
Okay, here we go, Albert.
Wow, look at that. Those are hoof prints?
They are. I mean, and this is from a massive aurochs. All the way down here too. The huge power, the weight of these things.
David believes the hand-laid stone surface was used to protect and preserve these 8,000-year-old hoof prints.
It might well be that this is the equivalent of, let's say, a relic in a medieval cathedral. You put a relic of a saint in a cathedral, it actually literally gave the cathedral the quality of the saints. These things might be giving the whole surface the qualities of an aurochs. Certainly, as well as being the most powerful animals in the landscape, they may well have been religious totems. So it feels to me as though what we've got here is a sort of relic that people have been conscious of, and they've deliberately put the surface over it.
This is the first time this unique find has ever been seen publicly. It's clear that the people of Blickmead, like those that built Stonehenge, held the aurochs sacred. But there's one last puzzle to solve. We know hunter-gatherers came here in large numbers. But what we haven't found is evidence that these nomadic people settled down. I'm back in northern Norway to hunt for the missing link.
Up here, in the Arctic Circle, the weather can change on a dime. It's one of the most extreme climates in the world. It doesn't seem like the kind of place a lot of people would live.
But the amount of incredible rock art tells a different story. Hunter-gatherers must have lived here in large numbers. The harsh climate has kept this landscape undisturbed, preserving traces of a hunter-gatherer life.
This is what I was looking for. It may not look like much, but this dip in the ground, it's actually really important.
I've brought a 3D scanner to reveal what's going on here. The area, colored blue, is the foundation of the hunter-gatherer pit house from around 8,000 years ago. Based on the work of leading archaeologists, it could have looked something like this. Above the excavated pit floor would have sat a superstructure of wood covered in a thick layer of turf. The scans reveal another one, right next door. As I process more data, it appears there's at least 2, maybe more. To survey a bigger area, I need a different perspective.
You see? I can combine the aerial view with the 3D model that's created with the LiDAR scanner. And we can actually accentuate out just a little bit the signature of those ancient homes. It's almost like a neighborhood, house after house after house.
Hunter-gatherers did build houses, and they built them next to each other. It's likely that the people at Blickmead built similar dwellings.
Look at that.
I've put together another augmented reality model, using the Norway pit houses as a template. Based on the sheer number of flint tools found, there could have been hundreds of houses here. Perhaps Blickmead was one of Europe's first cities. I understand now why this place became so important. A perfect combination of resources encouraged generations to call this place home. The landscape provided hunter-gatherers flint to build tools, magical pink stones, as well as a reliable watering hole and a natural grazing area for the animals they probably held sacred, aurochs. When people from across the sea arrived and built Stonehenge, they may have been inspired by the same sacred landscape.
But what we know for sure is that people lived here near Stonehenge thousands of years before the place was built. And what I've realized is just how much we share with them in our deepest instincts, to provide for our families, to protect our loved ones, to leave our mark. And the one truth to all of that is that no matter how many thousands of years separating us, we are all part of the human story.